Good morning and welcome to the Tarland Food and Music Festival Online 2020. We are live here from our Facebook page for the whole weekend. That's right, we're from 10 o'clock this morning to 10 o'clock tonight and 10:30 tomorrow until 5 o'clock tomorrow night. That's Sunday the 27th. We have got an action-packed weekend for you. There is events for everyone. I think we have it all covered here, so you don't even need to leave your sofa for this year's Tarland Food and Music Festival. I'm going to have a quick run through of what is happening today before we kick things off in the traditional style with the Finghan School of Piping. Coming up next, as I said, is the Finghan School of Piping, and we'll be joined by my fellow committee member Annie McKee, who will explain about the online farmers market this year. And we will also be over at the B Group at 11 o'clock today. They have very kindly provided us with a video all about what's been happening at the Tarland B Group headquarters. And I'll be joined live afterwards by Yvonne Davidson of the B Group for a quick chat. So if you have any questions at all for Yvonne about bees, you can pop them in the comments during the video and I will pass them on. At 12 o'clock today, pull on your virtual walking boots and join Paul Anderson, fiddler extraordinaire, local Tarland loon, as he takes us round the How of Cramar. At 1 o'clock, Thistle and Clay of Aboyne will be showing us how to make a lip balm and a body scrub, and I'll tell you a wee bit more about that later on in the day. At 1:30, we have got Ken Howie from just over the hill in Cairnton at Des, and he will be taking us on a farming journey from farm to fork, talking about his Aberdeen Angus. At 2 o'clock, continuing on that farming theme, we have a really interesting discussion with three local young folk from the Tarland area. And it is a farming discussion about farming, sustainable farming post-COVID. And that is going to be chaired by the wonderful Eddie Galanders. At 3:30, we are having a nosy round the community garden in Tarland to find out what they have been up to over the summer. They have been growing some wonderful things and they're going to pass on some hints and tips as well. It's almost like the Beech Grove Garden, but in Tarland. And during that, we will have the wonderful Pauline Cordner. Pauline is a festival favourite here in Tarland. She's a great storyteller based in Aberdeen, and she's recorded a special wee story just for us here at the Tarland Food and Music Festival. At 4 o'clock, Natasha Lloyd is joining us for a foraging workshop. Natasha has pre-recorded a workshop for us and she will show us how to make a jam, a chutney, a pickle and a sauce. And Natasha is going to join me live after her workshop for a quick chat to answer any questions you might have. And she's actually on holiday in Lewis at the moment, so we are hoping that her broadband is okay and she can join us live. We're then going to be having an extended tea break until 7 o'clock, and we'll kick things off again here on our Facebook page with the play along session with Paul Anderson and Alistair McDougall. A real festival highlight is always the Aberdeen Arms music session, and we're really sad that we can't have it in person this year, but we have got the next best thing. Paul and Alistair have recorded a session for us, and if you'd like to join in that session, you can head to our events page and have a quick look at the tunes that they're going to play, and the keys are there as well, so there is no excuse. Get your fiddles out, your accordions, your pianos, your pots and pans, whatever you fancy, and join in with Paul and Alistair at 7. And then at 8 o'clock, we have got our special Saturday night concert featuring a Aboyne local jazz and folk guitarist Steve Garrett and a really special set from Paul Anderson and Brian McAlpin. So don't miss that. Now, I think what everybody has been waiting for is the raffle. The raffle tickets are still available. You can buy them if you are a local to Tarland from the paper shop in the square until round about tea time tonight or whenever I fancy toddling over and picking up the sheet. And you can still buy them online as well at www.tarland.org.uk/shop. Now, as well as all those exciting things happening, we have a very special event for the children. Tufty Owl has created a special Tarland Food and Music Festival scavenger hunt that you can do in your own house. So head to our events page and look for the scavenger hunt hosted by Tufty Owl, and all the details there are on how to enter. We also have some really lovely recipes from the Patar Cafe and Restaurant, the Aberdeen Arms, Angie's Cafe and the Commercial Hotel in Tarland. And those recipes are available to download from our Facebook page in the album section and also on our website, and that is www.tarland.org.uk/Tarland-food-music. So head over there and get the recipes ready to cook at home. I am now going to pass over to the Finghan School of Piping to kick off our festival in the traditional Scottish way. They are festival favourites, and it is quite a nice day here in Tarland, a wee bit chilly, but usually the Finghan School of Piping would be out in the square, it would be packed, a real buzz about the place, but we're very lucky that they have sent us clips from last year's festival and put it into a wee film for us to enjoy. Jenny Murray has taught the bagpipes to over 50 learners, and round about 8 years ago she set up the Finghan School of Piping, a pipe band with members ranging from the ages of 6 to 68. They enjoy playing at local events, charity events and care homes. They really are festival favourites. And after that we will have a short advert from the Aberdeen Arms. I'm very lucky to have the Aberdeen Arms hosting me this weekend. I am set up in my wee corner down here at Festival HQ Studio 1 for the Food and Music Festival. So I will now hand over to the Finghan School of Piping. Good morning. If you have joined us recently, this is the Tarland Food and Music Festival online extravaganza. That was Fingen School of Piping and we advert from the Aberdeen Arms there. I am delighted to be joined by Annie McKee, a fellow committee member. Good morning, Annie.
Good morning, Shona. I hope you can hear me. My video looks like I'm staring into space, but that's probably a good indication of what I usually do. Thank you very much. You've done a fantastic introduction to the festival so far. Maybe I can just say thank you on behalf of the festival committee for all your hard work so far. It's going to be a great weekend. So I've got the chance, the virtual market. So normally we have a really busy market in the corporate hall with a whole range of food and different local producers. And unfortunately, we can't do that this year because of social distancing and the need to keep people safe. But it's fantastic local producers are still available to order produce from, buy things fully and online. Instead of the market, we've made a photo which you can get to through the Food and Music Festival's page if you go to albums, and you can browse through all different pictures of their produce and find out a lot of information about these local produce. And there's really too many to mention just now, but there's everything from local photography by local photographer and caddy to local brewed beer just up the road at Cools from Cool Brewing Company, local pork from Louise's Kitchen up at Lunfannon. There's jams and preserves from Shirley Vass and Mary, beauty products from Organic Day Fingen, and of course some gorgeous local jewellery and crochet and knitting from fabulous coordinator Shona. And a couple of highlights is also the Tarland tea, and this always sells out at the market. If you have the chance, please go on to the online shop on the Tarland website and order some honey for local pickup. And also lead McCoy turkeys from Strathdon are taking orders now for their Christmas turkey, and I recommend that you order them. And we've got a great short video introduction from Lead McCoy just coming up now.
Thanks very much, Annie.
Hi Tarland Food and Music Festival. We're sorry that this year's festival isn't able to go ahead. It's always got a great atmosphere and it's a very busy day for us. I'm Becky from Lead McCoy Turkeys, and we rear free-range bronze turkeys and we're based in Strathdon. We are proud members of the Golden Turkey Quality Assurance Scheme, who are a group of farmers rearing turkeys to traditional farming methods, using slow-grown breeds that are reared to full maturity. As a golden turkey farmer, we adhere to a strict code of conduct and are independently inspected every year. And as you can see, our turkeys are really enjoying being outside and foraging. To find out more information about our turkeys and how to order, you can order online via our website www.leadmccoyturkeys.co.uk. We provide a free delivery service to Tarland on Tuesday the 23rd of December, meeting in the square at 12:15. You can also collect your turkey from our farm gate on Tuesday the 23rd of December and Wednesday the 24th of December.
Wonderful stuff there from Lead McCoy Turkeys. So thank you very much to Annie McKee for coming on and telling us all about the virtual market. That will be up for the whole weekend, so you can browse at your leisure and buy directly from the producers. If you would like to view the virtual market, head to our Facebook page and click on the photo albums. Now, as well as the raffle tickets, which are still available to buy at www.tarland.org.uk/shop, we have set up a GoFundMe page. Now, the GoFundMe is a page that you can donate whatever you would like to. We would appreciate any donations, however large or small, to help cover our costs for this year's festival and also put a wee bit in the pot for next year to make it bigger and better than ever. You can find that link. It's a pinned post to the top of our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/Tarland Food Music Fest. So coming up very soon at 11 o'clock, we have got the B group from Tarland. But I'm going to take this opportunity to have a quick run through of tomorrow's programme so you can plan your whole weekend. Although it's not happening live on our Facebook page, we have a brilliant kids coding workshop happening at 9 o'clock with the Cramar Future group called Banana Boats. So kids from aged 8 and upwards can animate a banana and make it sing and dance and do whatever they would like. If you head to our events page on our Facebook page, you can see the Banana Boats event there and click on the link to sign up for that. That will be a brilliant early morning workshop for the kids on Sunday morning. At 10:30 on Sunday, the 27th of September, we will be joined by the Reverend Frank Ribbons, and Tarland Kirk had a very special anniversary in August. It was the 150th anniversary of St Mollig's Kirk, and Reverend Ribbons will be telling us a wee bit more about that, and he's got a very special highlights video of that service. At 11 o'clock on Sunday, we have got the Cramar History Group Walk, hosted by Peter Craig, and Peter will take us round the top end of the village this year in a virtual walk. 12 o'clock sees fiddler Paul Anderson join us live for a fiddle workshop. Now, that isn't only just for fiddlers. Any instrument you play, you can come and join in live with that workshop. And indeed, even if you don't play an instrument, you are more than welcome to come along and watch Paul talk about why he plays tunes the way he does and the decisions behind his fiddle playing. We have then got a break for lunch from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock. And at 2 o'clock, we are starting with Shirley Folks, the Northeast's answer to Nigella Lawson. And Shirley will be teaching us how to make that great Scottish staple, the clootie dumpling. And the recipe for Shirley's clootie dumpling is up on our Facebook page and the photo albums, and it's also up on our website as well. At 3 o'clock is a really special event. As always, we look forward to this one every year. It's the chair art auction. And the idea behind the chair art auction is that people decorate their own chairs and we auction them off for charity. It's going to be a wee bit different this year because obviously we can't do it in person. So it's going to be happening live from our Facebook page. We are hoping that it all goes smoothly. I am going to be joined by Gillian Needham and David Curry of Chair Art to auction them off live at 3 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, we will be joined by our friends from across the Atlantic. We have got a few folk from Stannardsville, Virginia, America, joining us at 4 o'clock here on the Facebook page for a live discussion about the possible twinning of Tarland and Stannardsville. So come along and hear more about that. And then at 5 o'clock, we are finished. We have got our very last event at 5 o'clock on Sunday the 27th, and that is a special rendition of the poem When Tykes Were Bold, which was written by Hamish Comyn. And the folks of Tarland have recorded a few lines each, and we've edited it into an epic. So be sure to be there at 5 o'clock and see if you can spot some familiar faces. But for now, I'm just going to remind you that coming up next at 11 o'clock is the Tarland B Group, and I'll be back then to introduce their video and to have a live chat with Yvonne Davidson. I'm seeing a few folk joining us now. We have got Grace Donaldson in a cold but bright Huntly, and Shirley Vass is in Crathis. She says it's lovely but windy. We've got a lovely day here in Tarland. It is a wee bit cold, but it is bright. Not normally that we are hoping for rain for the festival weekend, but we don't mind this year at all because we are all online live from our Facebook page for the whole weekend. So I'm going to leave you now, go and have a wee browse of the virtual market, buy some great local products, and I will see you back here at 11 o'clock for the Tarland B Group. Good morning and welcome to the Tarland Food and Music Festival online extravaganza. If you are just joining us, you are very welcome. My name is Shona Donaldson and I am this year's festival coordinator for our online festival. As anticipated, we couldn't hold our physical festival this year, unfortunately, but we have gone online and we have a whole range of events specially planned over the whole weekend just for you. Something to suit everyone. So have you had a look at our virtual market? We had Annie McKee, Festival Committee member, on earlier explaining how it works. So if you have got time, head over to our Facebook page and click on the photo album there of the online market, and you can browse some fantastic products and buy directly from the producers. So that's going to be open for the whole weekend, so you have plenty of time, dare I say, to start your Christmas shopping. Next up at 11 o'clock, we are delighted to have a video from the Tarland B Group. The Tarland B Group are very active in the local community, as are their bees, and they provide a number of different activities throughout the year, including winter talks, beginners classes in spring, and queen rearing classes. They lease hives to their members and have a community apiary up at the old town of Kincraigie, just outside Tarland. And we are very excited to have Yvonne Davidson of the B Group join us live after their video here on the Facebook page. So if you have got any questions for Yvonne, pop them in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from and interact with us here at Food and Music Festival HQ. So that's, again, if you have any questions for Yvonne about the B Group or bees in general, pop them in the comments and I will pass them on when I chat to her live. So let's go to the Tarland B Group.
Hello and welcome to Old Town Walled Garden, where Tarland B Group, the Seed Swap Group and the Apple Pressing share this facility at the moment. It's all Tarland Development Group projects. We're here with the kind permission of the McRobert Trust Estate, who lease us this land. So come in and have a look and see what we've been doing here. This site, we've only had it for a year and we've been establishing it as a site with a wildflower meadow. We put up some information signs for you to have a look at. So there's information here if you want to come for a visit on some of the projects, on beekeeping in the area, on the tradition of keeping bees at Old Town of Kincraigie, and also on honeybees and pollinators themselves. We've also got some nice empty hives for you to have a look at, and these are all different kinds of hives and there's lots of information. These hives were donated by a local gentleman and they've been restored by some of our members. On the other side of the path here we have some hives which we've utilised as raised beds for the Seed Swap group, and we're raising various things in here. Well, you can see the nasturtiums are taken over, but various things in here that we'll be able to collect seeds from with the Seed Swap group and show them how to do things like that with the seeds. So, part of the reason for us being here is that we are directly opposite the orchard, and one of the Tarland Development Group projects that will share this facility will be the apple pressing group. So hopefully when we get the education facility built, they'll have a home other than Dave's garage to come and do the apple pressing. So directly across, and of course bees are fantastic at top fruit pollination, so very even pollination coming for the apples this year. And just a short before you go, I know this is part of the market, this video, so you'll be able to buy Tarland B Group honey at the Food and Music Festival market that'll be in the middle of September, and all from bees that you've seen here at the community garden, and all raised by our beginner beekeepers. Again, the seed swap group making good use of these old hives that have been done up and compost put in for raising their seedlings. And we can walk around the path a little bit further. We've got a lovely bench here that was made by Fraser Petrie. This is in memory to Ronnie Greenlaw, who I'm sure a lot of you'll know, who lived at Strathwelty, a great beekeeper himself. And the bench was made in memory of Ron from the Western Hemlocks. In fact, it had to be cut down on this site. So thanks very much to Fraser for making this lovely bench for us. And you're all very welcome to come and have a seat on the bench and enjoy the tranquil garden that we have here. A small shed here built by one of our members, Stuart. He's made a fantastic job of it with a little bit of help from some other people. This shed's just put up temporarily until we can raise enough money to build our education facility, which we really are hoping to do at the end of this year. Just a few more fundraising to do. But come inside the shed and see our little observation hive. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It lets you observe the bees at close quarters, but through glass, so the bees aren't being disturbed at all and you don't need to handle them. So the queen will be laying in here, and this is some honey that they've popped in round the corners here, and on the top they've got an empty frame waiting to fill with some honey. These will be transferred into a nuke for the winter because they can't actually stay terribly warm being spread out on 3 frames like this. Bee enclosure, the nice high fence, this forces the flight of the bees up so that they don't disturb people when they're in the garden because they're flying above 6 feet high. And we've planted a hedge which we got from the Woodland Trust, and hopefully that will come up and give them a fair bit of shelter. So this is where we teach, and the shelter's great because even if we get a slightly inclement day we can still manage to do some teaching. And you may also see that we've made use of the bee bowls, which are originals in the wall. They're actually a historic. So we've put some skeps into the bee bowls, and hopefully next year maybe we'll manage to get these into the bee bowls. So that's the walled garden. We'd love you to come and have a look round and come for a visit. You're very welcome to come at any time. We will put a sign on the door, the gate, if we're teaching, just for your own safety, but other than that, you're welcome to come round and browse in the walled garden at Old Town of Kincraigie. So you didn't have 6 attempts to pick your queen up, you get 1. And the idea is to take hold of either her thorax or her wings. So you want to sort of come from behind her. So she's no use.
Are quite tightly bound as well.
Yes, I have. And she's got one slightly dodgy wing actually. But anyway, there she goes. Okay, so I've got her. I'm used to doing this myself. So I've got her, I drop her, and I put my hand over the top. Okay, because I've still got hold of this and I just can't do everything basically. Right. So this goes back in. But I can still keep her in there, and I've still got my hand over the top. I mean, obviously, if you had somebody with you, she's gotten stuck in the bottom. Come on, she's getting in my sleeve. So, and then I get my little plug in, and once she's turned over, I can mark her, just like we did a minute ago with my blue pen, and then we'll pop her back. No, that's white. There's a blue pen in that. Blue pen? Oh, there it is, it's in there. Thank you very much. So blue for 0. So she's, that's it. And you always just test your pen first.
Okay.
Because you can end up with a huge blob if you touch her. So you just want to get her thorax in between the squares. Just touch. So that's her now with a blue dot. It just makes her much easier to find. This actually would pop all the way off if I press too hard.
Right, okay, so you're not going to damage
just a
it.
safety thing. I wouldn't just like to use it in anger, to be honest. I'm much happier not to press too hard. So she's doing grand. So we'll just give a wee puff of smoke where she came out, and we'll pop her back in again. Okay. and we'll just let her walk in. She should be quite well accepted. Sometimes when she's been out the hive just for a second, they're not. So she should probably, see, she just went straight down.
Yeah.
Straight down. She likes to be in the dark.
Now the bees were getting noisier in the last few minutes.
Yes.
Is that because she's out?
She's out and
Yeah.
they were fanning. Yeah,
Right.
they know she was missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So that's, I've seen eggs, I've seen grubs, I've seen the queen, I've marked her. I don't need to do anything else. That's fine. Okay, you don't need to look at every frame every time you're in the hive. So, queen excluder back on, and yeah, the nukes are really difficult not to squash bees because of that lip. So I usually just wriggle a bit. Okay, back together, update my notes, and that's us. So this is the 24th. So 10 days ago she wasn't laying, and today she is. Marked, laying, queen, and she's got a big blue dot on her. Grand, done.
Oh, just marked this queen and popped her back in the hive. It's all brood underneath her, you can probably see it. But the bees were all coming to feed her there. Clean her up because she's been touched. She's even cleaning herself. She's not very impressed with being touched by me. But anyway, you can see she's walking all over her brood and the bees. Woo! She's fast. All feeding her. Getting a bit of attention. Now, we've just dumped these bees in front of a skep, and fortunately they're all heading in the right direction and heading in at the door. Turned the entrance north so that in case the sun comes out, which it has, so glad we'd had the sense to do that. Good. You can see all their Nasonov glands in the air all fanning. So that's the 7th segment, wide open. You see the little pale patch on their bottoms with their Nasonov glands open. That's it. 2, 3. Oh, well done. And another smack, yeah. Keep going, give it a good firm smack. That's it, well done. Perfect. Now you see how they crawl up? They can't help themselves, they go up, so. Lost her, she was on the wall there a second ago. A long dark queen. So, more than one queen in this swarm then. Let's see if we can, there she is, she's coming, she's just past the blade of grass and she's heading towards going up and in, and she's kind of stuck in the corner there. There she is, she's heading up the front of the hive, up the front, just almost climbing over a bee, almost going in. There she is, just going in. I don't know whether we got that or not. Anyway, okay, 2 queens in a swarm. It was a very big swarm.
One reason not to cut the thistle early. Honeybees, bumblebees, all sorts of pollinators.
You can stop, I'll just watch for her.
Thanks very much to the Tarland Bee Group for that amazing video. I was spellbound seeing some of those videos. They're just fascinating bees. I am delighted to be welcomed, delighted to welcome Yvonne Davidson of the Tarland Bee Group. You might notice that I don't have my headset on. We have had panic stations this morning at Food and Music Festival HQ because it's decided to stop working, but help is on the way. Sandy Cooper is heading down to help us out there. But welcome, Yvonne, to the virtual music and food festival. How are you this morning?
Just grand, thank you. Thanks for the invitation to join you.
Oh, you are very welcome. So I've got a few questions for you. We have loads of folk watching online and really loving the video from the Tarland Bee Group. But can you tell us how the Bee Group actually got started?
The Bee Group got started in 2013, and it happened actually because of this market, because of the market that's being run at the moment, which I attended. I was accosted by two trustees from Tarland Development Group about taking on a raised bed at the new community garden that hadn't been built at that time. And to which I said, no, I've got enough of my own raised beds, thank you, I don't need any more to look after. However, would you like bees for your community garden? Because obviously, you know, with the pollination and everything. So that's how it started. I was persuaded then to give a talk in Tarland, which I did actually on Armistice in 2013. And it was so well attended. We hired the upper hall and we were overrun with 79 people came to a talk in Tarland about bees. And from that, I was persuaded to join Tarland Development Group as a trustee and to go ahead with a series of winter talks. And the talks went really well, but it became obvious that we were going to need to do something hands-on. And that's where the McRobert Trust stepped in and gave us a piece of land to keep bees on. And then the Tarland Development Group gave us an initial grant to buy bees and hives and to get started up so that we could teach. So thanks to a number of people helping us get going, and now that we are going, of course, we're self-financing with the sale of honey and queens and bees.
Great. That's amazing. And we actually have honey for sale on the Tarland website. So if you do fancy some Tarland honey, you can go to tarland.org.uk/shop, and it's for local collection only, unfortunately, this year, but you can buy your Tarland honey there. We've got a question from Annie McKee. Annie is asking, Yvonne, if you can describe the taste of this year's honey and how does that relate to what the bees have been harvesting this year?
Well, the honey that we have for sale for you at the market is honey that's been taken either from our lease apiary, so that's quite near Smallburn. So the bees were foraging on an awful lot of clover, so there is a clover tint to it, but also they were very tempted by this new crop, the Phacelia, which is a cover crop. It's a green manure crop. So the Phacelia was just over by Doonside. Now it's got a really high sugar content and the bees absolutely love it. So they go to that in preference to many other things. So the honey this year that's come from the lease hives and also from the teaching hives is quite creamy, I would say, and a very sweet flavour.
Wow, sounds amazing. We have loads of Tarland honey. We've got a 13-year-old that loves honey, so we have always got a jar of Tarland honey in the house. How many members have you got, Yvonne? How many members are there in the Tarland Bee Group?
Well, from a teaching point of view, we only take on a maximum of 40 members every year because, you know, when you have 40 members all with hives of their own and they have to be looked after, it's a really big responsibility. But we have over 200 on our mailing list, so we're really well supported by other people. But for actual mentoring and members, we take on 40 every year, and some of those people rejoin, but as a different membership, if you like, you know, they're not needing quite so much support. And at the moment, every year we take on 20 beginners in the winter and bring them through to the
spring, where we then do some hands-on teaching. So bookwork over the winter and classes, and then teaching in the spring.
And you do a lot of teaching yourself, don't you? Do you enjoy teaching the beekeeping?
I absolutely love teaching, although I have to say, having to produce a couple of videos for this event, I hadn't realised that I was quite so exacting in my instructions when I was teaching. But as I said, you know, I've apologised to some of the adults that I teach, that I was speaking to them like they were children, but they said, no, it was really good to get clear instructions, and it is livestock that people are handling. So yeah, it's, you know, there's never going to be any doubt in my mind whether you're doing it right or not when I've been that strict at the beginning. That's what you need, though. I've seen you in action. You are a fantastic teacher. We had you down at the Tarland Rural to doing a talk for us, and everybody was just fascinated by it. It was brilliant. Now, you mentioned the members. Do you have any special members that have possibly won any awards? Oh, well, yes, I have. We've had a young lad, Martin Leahy, who started with us when he was just 9 years old. That was when the group started. He came to the winter talks with his mum and some of his brothers. But Martin, that was the one that took to it like a duck to water, and really just a natural beekeeper. And very interested, well supported in lots of things. He was going to lots of different talks, attending lots of different things, really got a taste for it. And he was selected to represent Scotland in the International Meeting of Young Beekeepers in 2018. Wow. And he attended in 2018, and that was the year that the Team Scotland came in third overall. And he was invited to go back a second year when he was then 16 years old, the second time he went back in 2019. And Scotland again did very well. But Martin actually won the individual prize for the best international young beekeeper in the world. And this is competed by 32 countries. A young lad from Tarland who'd been taught locally won against young men and women who have gone to beekeeping academy in Slovenia and Slovakia and a lot of these places. So he absolutely stole the show. It was fantastic and such an achievement for him. He worked really hard to get that. Yeah, we are so proud of Martin here in Tarland. I remember when it came out, it was all over the papers, and it's just fantastic to hear of someone local doing so well and internationally as well. It's just absolutely brilliant. And we've got a question online from Tracy Walker. Tracy is asking Yvonne. Hello, Tracy. Yeah, I think you used to work with Tracy, didn't you? I did. Tracy is asking, do you ever get stung? Very occasionally I get stung. Mostly I get stung when I'm teaching with beginners. Just because, you know, once you've got experience, I rarely get stung when I'm in my own bees, handling my own bees on my own. But occasionally I do get stung when I'm teaching, just because people have to learn how the bees behave and what's the best thing to do to keep them calm. And also, quite often we give the beginner the smoker, and that's something that calms the bees. But the beginner really gets totally absorbed in what you're doing and forgets the job that they've been given. So yes, occasionally I get a dab from a bee, but it's part of the territory, and it's really good for any future rheumatics I might be having. It's keeping them at bay. Okay. And what do you do when you get stung? Do you just leave it? Is it just doesn't bother you anymore? Or have you got any? Yeah, well, the sting, well, if you do get stung, it releases a certain pheromone which will attract other bees to sting you, because if you've been stung, then the whole colony thinks that, you know, you're bad and you need to be seen to. So the best thing to do is remove the sting and wash the area that you've been stung at, and take it out as quickly as you can, flick it out. The bee, when it stings you, actually kills itself, because the whole sting sac and the sting itself comes out and the bee dies. So the best thing to do is just remove it, and to remove that
that sac of venom as well without squeezing it, and then you don't get any more venom than you need to. But most people just have a small local reaction, but of course you can have anaphylactic if you're allergic. But yeah, no, I just get a wee dab now and again. It's not a big problem, and as I say, I'm quite happy it helps with the future rheumatism.
Well, thank you for that. Do you know, I've never been stung by a bee. I've never been stung by a bee.
Bees are not aggressive, so no, you're not likely to be stung by a bee. They're not aggressive, they're defensive, as opposed to wasps who are aggressive. So you're unlikely to be stung by a bee when you're just minding your own business in the garden.
Yeah. How many bees do you think are working in the Tarland area? I know that's probably a really difficult question, but have you got any idea about how many bees are actually part of the bee group?
Yeah, well, we did calculate it after 2 or 3 years. No, we did calculate it after 2 or 3 years. I mean, a colony of bees in the summer would have about 50,000 bees per colony. So each hive would have 50,000 bees in it. And at the time, I think we had about 50 hives. So we reckoned, I can't remember, it was something like 2.5 million bees had been added to Tarland. But certainly there would be considerably more than that now.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like we see bees in the garden down at our house, and it's just brilliant to see them working. Really fascinating wee things. So
yes.
Has the Tarland Bee Group been affected by COVID at all, or have you just kept working right the way through?
Well, no, we have been affected by it because, well, first of all, we had our beginners class, so we'd done 2 of 4 of the evening classes, and then the second 2 had to go online. Not ideal because we have a lot of hands-on stuff at the talk, so you know, they didn't get to handle hives and frames and things, so that wasn't great. And then of course the hands-on teaching was just about impossible because a hive is only 45 centimeters across. So to see what's going on in a hive, you have to be a lot closer than 2 meters. So what we did this year is that we had mentors who went out and did troubleshooting. So anybody who was having difficulty with their bees, something complicated come up, a swarming threat or whatever, a mentor would go out and actually physically handle the bees on the behalf of the beginner or the new member. So we did a lot of that. We did a huge amount of online. I've acquainted myself with Zoom and done little online Zoom things. WhatsApp, because you can send photos so easily on WhatsApp. So people would send me pictures of something they thought was a disease or, you know, what flowers this or whatever. So yeah, we've had to step up and use the technology, but the actual hands-on teaching has definitely been compromised because of the close proximity.
Yeah. So we had to phone you actually earlier. I think it was last month, Yvonne, because we had a swarm down at our house. It was like I was standing at the kitchen sink and I looked out and I couldn't see Marvin. It was just black with bees, and we gave you a phone. So what should folk do if they see a swarm or if they have one in their garden?
Well, swarms are fairly harmless. I'll tell you why, because before a colony swarms, the bees that are all leaving the hive know that they have to set up home. So they fill their tummies with honey to the brim before they leave the hive. So they're extremely well fed when they leave the hive. They're very well led because they have an old queen with them, an old established queen. This is a prime swarm I'm speaking about. And they're really just looking for somewhere to set up home. So they're not interested in you or anything that's going on round about you. They're just interested in settling somewhere. And they're very happy because they're very well fed. So swarms are pretty harmless. If they're within reach, then a local beekeeper will probably come and collect them for you. Well advised to take that swarm to an isolation apiary in case it's carrying any disease. And cases where they're, you know, on 2 stories up in a chimney, you'll have more difficulty getting people come to get them because of the risk involved in climbing up ladders in a bee suit with a smoker and a skep and all the rest of it. But anything within reach, you're fairly likely to get a local beekeeper to come and collect it for you.
Yeah. our swarm seemed to disappear after a couple of weeks. I'm not quite sure if they headed somewhere else or if they actually didn't survive the cold weather. Do bees do well in the cold weather? What happens over winter with the bees?
Well, bees, most people think bees hibernate, but they don't actually hibernate. They're just dormant. So instead of flying all over the place and collecting, all summer when they're collecting nectar, what they're doing is they're building up enough stores to last them all winter. So when the colder weather comes, about now, I would say, they don't fly nearly so much and they cluster really tightly. So they all stay together and they stay cozy over the winter. And they eat all the stores that they've been storing up all summer. So they're dormant over the winter. They do have to leave the hive for a cleansing flight every 6 to 8 weeks. So you will see bees go out in the winter, but they don't go far from the hive. They're really just leaving the hive to empty their bowels and come back again.
Yeah, so I might see those bees in the next few weeks then. They might still be there. Just because I hadn't heard them, I presumed they'd gone somewhere else, but they might just still be in the lum.
Yeah, maybe on a nice day you'll see them out and about.
Brilliant. And one last question, Yvonne. What are the future plans for the bee group? I know that you've got the education facility up at the apiary. Are you still raising funds for that?
Yes, indeed. We've done really well with the fundraising, actually. We've had lots of, so the new facility at Old Town of Kincraigie that you saw at the beginning of the video, do go and have a look. It's an amazing facility. We're so lucky to have been given that site by the McRobert Trust. So we have the shelter in place for the bees that we can teach in inclement weather, which is great. We have a small shed we put up temporarily just to let us get going with the queen rearing and to store some equipment. But our big aim is to build an education facility that will have an indoor teaching hive. It'll also have an indoor compost toilet. It'll also have a green living roof. And it'll be used not just by ourselves, but by lots of other local groups as well. So we're just more or less there with the facility. We're having a few issues with the combination of the compost toilet and the green roof is giving a little bit of concern, but we've got some very good engineers on the scene. Bill, a member of the bee group, has been extraordinarily helpful in trying to iron out these issues, and hopefully once we get that sorted, a tiny bit more funding, then we're ready to go.
Brilliant. Well, Yvonne, thank you so much for joining me this morning for what has been a fascinating 45 minutes. We're getting so many comments on Facebook, folk really enjoying it. Gary Cool says, absolutely fascinating. Denise Hansford, well done, Yvonne, really interesting. Loads of great comments. So folks, if you would like to find out more about the Tarland Bee Group, you can head to their Facebook page. That's facebook.com/Tarland Bee Group, or there is a link to the Bee Group on the Tarland website. That's www.tarland.org.uk/shop/Tarland Bee Group, and you can buy the honey as well online from the shop on the Tarland website. So head there, that's for local collection. Yvonne described it wonderfully earlier, so I'm really looking forward to getting a jar of that. So thank you very much, Yvonne, for coming in and having a chat with us, and we hope to see you soon. Great. So that was Yvonne Davidson of the Tarland Bee Group with a really fascinating chat and a great video from them. Coming up at 12 o'clock, you can pull on your virtual walking boots and join Paul Anderson on his musical tour of the How of Cramar. And if you haven't got your raffles yet, head to the Tarland website, that's tarland.org.uk/shop, and buy your raffle tickets there. That raffle will be drawn tonight live during our concert at 8 o'clock featuring Steve Garrett and Paul Anderson and Brian McAlpin. Now, we also have a few more things to mention. We have got some brilliant recipes available for download from 4 of our restaurants and cafes that were going to be taking part this year, but unfortunately can't due to restrictions. So if you head to our Facebook page, you can see an album with the recipes there available for downloading, or you can head to the Tarland Music Festival, Food and Music Festival website as well. And the recipes are there. We've got a fabulous venison pie from the Patar Cafe and Restaurant. We've got fudge from the Aberdeen Arms. We've got a really interesting sweet potato casserole from Angie's Cafe in Tarland. Angie's husband Richard is from Louisiana originally and has given us that great recipe. And the Commercial Hotel, Bev, just down the road, has given us a brilliant recipe for tomato soup. So head there and download your recipes and get cooking at home. We also have a GoFundMe. If you are enjoying this year's online festival, head to our GoFundMe page. Just pop it into Google, Tarland Food and Music Festival GoFundMe, and if you want to contribute to covering the costs of this year's festival and pop a little in the pot for next year, that would be very much appreciated. Our virtual market is still open for browsing, so head to our event there on our Facebook page, open up the photo album and see some great local products available to buy. Also, especially for the kids, Tufty Owl has created an at-home scavenger hunt. So the kids can get involved and win a prize from Tufty Owl this year. The details for that are also on our events page on our Facebook page. That's for facebook.com/Tarland Food Music Fest. So let us know in the comments where you are watching from. We would love to interact with you and hear any comments, what you're looking forward to, what you've enjoyed so far. And we will see you back here in just over 15 minutes for Paul Anderson's musical walk. Good afternoon and welcome to the Tarland Food and Music Festival Online Festival 2020. Welcome to those of you who are joining us. Pop your name and where you're watching from in the comments. We would love to interact with you this weekend. We have got an action-packed Saturday coming up at 1 o'clock. Sorry, is Thistle and Clay from Aboyne, who are going to be doing a workshop on how to make a lip balm and a body scrub. But up next is local fiddler Paul Anderson, who is going to take us on a guided musical walk of the How of Cramar. Paul's walk is always very popular at our festival, and indeed a couple of years ago he had 50 folk turn up that he took round the How. Paul is a local loon, born and bred, and he is a world-renowned fiddler. He's played everywhere, from Ochnagat to Australia, from Cramar to Canada, and from Spittal Glenshee to Spitsbergen. So we are delighted to have Paul pre-record a musical walk for us here at the festival, and you don't even need to leave your sofa. So let's hand over now to Paul Anderson.
Well, hello folks, Paul Anderson here. On behalf of the Tarland Food and Music Festival, I'm going to do my virtual musical walk around Tarland and the district, around the How of Cramar, playing tunes associated with the place. And like most of the northeast of Scotland, there are lots and lots of tunes. So much so that the American musicologist Francis James Child described the northeast of Scotland as the singing land. In Tarland we've got a famous musical son called Peter Mill, and this is why I generally start this walk here, because we've got the memorial to Peter that was raised by public subscription. It was erected in the early 1930s, and although when he died he was buried in a pauper's grave, the local folk thought enough of him that they raised money to have this put up, and it was unveiled by Lord Aberdeen, and quite a contrast to his own funeral, because he's buried in the Nailfield Cemetery in a pauper's grave, and there would be no ceremony at all to that. A few words for the Bible to keep it sort of decent, so to speak, for the time, but a few boys for the council to lower him in grave that contained 12 other people, including 5 infants. So a sad end to Peter Milne, but a great composer and is considered one of Scotland's finest. So I'm going to start with a tune appropriately called Tarland Memories. Sorry, this isn't a Steven Spielberg production, I'm doing this myself. I also have to apologise for the traffic, but we are in the square in Tarland. There you go, kind of a noisy start there. I've had to do this twice already because the tractor's gone past, but it is the hare's time, so I suppose can't I complain really, but we'll try we'll need to get cracking or I'll be here all day. Right, I've just moved up the square a wee bit to the War Memorial that remembers the dead of 2 World Wars for the How of Cramar and Tarland. It's going to be noisy here till I get out the village actually, so we'll just take the day with that. But I'm going to play a tune called The Lads of Tarland, and that was composed by a fiddler called Alexander Walker, who came from Riney, but he was gardener and band leader at Castle New up in Strathdown. And he wrote this tune. It has some relevance because there's a wee snippet, a fragment of a song in the Greg Duncan song collection of songs to the northeast of Scotland that's about 8 volumes in length. In this snippet there's no much till it, but it says the Tarland lads are a drunken crew, first they drink and then they spew. so I thought, well, this is probably based on something that happened here. In fact, I think it did. This lad was from outside the village and come in, and he'd gotten quite drunk, and he'd upset the locals and they were going to go for him, but he had a loaded shotgun and he was dancing about in the square outside the commercial, singing this to the fury of the enraged locals. So anyway, this is called The Lads of Tarland. to the commercial hotel just for a minute to play this next tune. Central a lot of the life in the village. Great place for a drink, for some socialising or a meal, especially a meal actually. Pop in, you'll be guaranteed a very warm welcome. This is one of my own tunes and it's just called, well, the commercial hotel. Right folks, just moved through the village a wee bit for the commercial. This is the beginning of Melgum Road, and the house ahead me is the reason I've stopped here, called Crispin, and for many years I wondered why it was called Crispin. It seemed like a bit of a strange name for a house in Tarland, but the reason for that is because this was the home and workplace of a man called Alec Innes, and Alec Innes was really the man that was responsible for the erection of the Peter Milne Memorial. He was a friend of Peter's and a pupil as well, so he was a great admirer, and it was largely through his efforts that the memorial in the village was erected. So the reason for Crispin is because Alec was a suitor, which is a Scottish name for a cobbler, and Saint Crispin is the patron saint of cobblers. So there you go. So this is a Peter Milne tune. Now it is known that Peter, when he came to the village, he would often stay here in Crispin with Alec Innes, and he's known to have composed some of his tunes here. So I'm going to play Peter's best Kent composition, which is a tune called John McNeill. We'll move on around the village a bit. Well folks, moved around the village a wee bit. We've stopped in by this handsome building, which is Balmuir, and although it looks like it might well have been built in the time of James VI, it's actually a modern reimagining for the current owners of the house, the Cunningham family, who've done a splendid job. But in my youth, this was actually the McRobert Trust estate office, and it was still a nice building, but it was much more of a typical farmhouse looking, a big farmhouse, but it was more like a farmhouse instead of looking like a 16th century tower house. But it's a fantastic building and they did a really good job. So this is a tune simply called Balmuir. Well, we've moved up to the very handsome kirk in Tarland, known as St Mollugs. This is where I was christened in here in 1970. So a beautiful building. The original kirk in How Cramar was founded by St Mollug, who was born in Northern Ireland about the 530s, and he was one of the monks that were responsible for the Christianisation of what was then known as Pictland. And he founded kirks in Lismore, Rosemarkie, Newmarket, to name but a few. And his crozier apparently is still held by the Livingston family in Lismore. So this is a tune I wrote for the kirk called St Mollig's Kirk. Never an inspired title, but there you go. So there you go. My granny, I said that I think it would have been my great-great-great-grandfather, who was a Cramar, was the last man off of the church. He helped build it, and he put the cross on the steeple. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy it myself. Right, just moved up to the edge of the village, and behind me is the parks that's used for Tarland show every year, second Saturday in August usually, and it's quite literally going like a fair here on that day. We are the agricultural events, the livestock, the tractor and truck show. There's the marquee dances and pipe bands, athletic events, all the rest, the hill race, which goes up Pressendye. So it's a great day, and sadly been missed this year because of the coronavirus pandemic. Last year actually got clobbered with the weather, which was a shame, but hopefully it'll be back to normal next year. The show wasn't I here. I mean, a lot of the natives would mind when it used to be doing in the middle of Tarland for the football pitches, and the area it's known as the market stance, and I can mind there actually being horse racing round that park with nothing between you and the galloping horses but a rope. Probably highly dangerous, but very entertaining, and I think the beauty of that site was that it was close to the village for the flower show was, and you'd also the two hotels, the Aberdeen Arms and the Commercial, and it meant that folk could rotate round, and I think it was great. But it's going really well up here, and certainly the tractor show and truck show has added us something different that's been very welcome. So hopefully we'll be back to normal next year. So this is a tune that I wrote myself. It's just called the Tarland Show. Haste it back next year. Well, I'm up at Doonside House now, and this was the home and how of Sir Alexander MacRobert and his second wife, Lady MacRobert, who is still remembered by some of the older residents in the How of Cramar. Eventually this was actually, if it was here, it was a farmhouse. The farm West Town. East Town is further along the How, but this was West Town, and the farmhouse here was bought for Sir Alexander's parents as a retirement home. His father had been he worked in the paper mill at Cooter, and I think they're buried in the graveyard in Tarland actually, although Sir Alexander, he's buried at the cemetery Allenvale in Aberdeen, but he was very much a self-made millionaire, put himself through university with the money he earned working at the paper mill for his father was. So this is Doonside House, which is a very handsome, successful hotel now. Has won many awards and well worth coming up to visit. Beautiful place. There you go. I'm going to have to lift you up. But you kind of see here, there's the house look, but if I swing you around, pretty special view. You can see why this place was built here. Anyway, moving on. Well, I've just stopped here just purely because this was for my parents lived for the first year of my life. For my dad was dairyman at the dairy here at Doonside before it moved down to Mainsack and Craigie. So that's where I spent the first year of my life. And just up a wee bit is for my granny and grandad up at Alpha Cottage. We'll just stop briefly there just in a second. And that's for my granny and grandad Alpha Cottage. That's where my dad was pretty much brought up. So lovely wee cottage that is, nice. Well folks, we're up ahin Doonside now, up the beach hedge. There's two of them actually. There's a scene and there's a bit further round, but they're very atmospheric. It's a splendid place to come for a walk, very popular, and just a beautiful place. It's the kind of thing you would expect to find in something like Game of Thrones. It's just a stunning spot. So anyway, I thought it's a bit hilly here, so I'm going to play a tune on my ain card, the Braes of Cramar. Right, let's move on. Well, there's a few mountains that are very iconic in the area, and the most famous of which is, without a doubt, Loch Nagar. And I've come up above the Fermat East town to play the next tune because it's as good a place as on it to get a cracking view of the mountain. It doesn't really show up on camera anything like as well as it does in real life. I think it's a perception of the human eye, but that's it just over there. Kind of iconic mountain in the northeast of Scotland, celebrated in poetry and song. So this is my effort. This is called Loch Nagar. come to a special place. This is just right aside Tillyshardich. Not too far from my folks' bide and where I was brought up at Altoon. But this is the World War I Centenary Avenue, and it's a great idea. These are oak trees that have been planted. The right time of year there's actually poppies growing here as well. But each of these 28 oak trees represents one of the casualties with Tarland and Cremar that died during the First World War. So I wrote this tune as part of the commemorations for the start of the First World War, and this is called Lament for the Lost of Cremar. Well, I'm at Altoon now. This is where I was brought up. Moved here with my folks when I was 1 year old in 1971, and that's the view. So that's not a bad place to be brought up, it has to be said. You can see Morven and Lochnagar and Mount Keene for here, so it was never a bad start of the day if you need to go to school, if you need that to look at. I'm going to play a tune called The Beauty of Cremar before me, which I played quite a lot over the years, and I suppose that's pretty much what's in mind whenever I play it. So yeah, see what you see. The Beauty of Cremar before me. car coming up the road. Tell you what I'm going to do, since we're here, I'm going to swing around and get a look at this monkey puzzle tree. Have you ever seen a monkey puzzle as good as that? Been up the top of that, but not recently. Anyway, there we go, the Howickamar, beautiful. Right, I'm in one of the parks just beside the mains of Craigie, which is where I bide. This is where my grandparents bid afore me. They moved here in 1971 when the McRobert Trust's dairy unit moved from Downside down to Craigie here. I was brought up at Altoon with my parents, along with my brother and sister David and Heather. But we've lived here now for 5 years anyway, and the dairy business stopped actually. My dad took it on when the McRobert Trust split up the various units into tenancies. My dad, who had been the dairy manager here, took it on roughly around about 1985, I think, 85, 86. And he stopped dairying around about 2005, I think it was, 2004 to 2005. So anyway, but it's been a big part of my life here, and a place I'm very fond of. So this is a tune called Return to Craigie. Right folks, I've moved up from mains of Craigie across the Tarland Burn to Tamnaviri Stain Circle, which is an amazing spot and would easily be the oldest man-made place in the Hale Howickamar. So I'm going to play the tune Tamnaviri for you just now. There you go. And I'm going to follow that up with a tune called the Muragellin. So only the locals will ken that just over here is the Muragellin, and that's for the young Peter Milne, the local composer. Worked as a cattle herd when he was a boy, and so he must have thought fondly of the place and composed this tune, which is actually one of my favourite Peter Milne tunes. It's an extremely fine strathspey. My own great-grandfather, John Cramar, was actually born down in the Muragellin at a cottage called Moss Side of Gellin. And although there's no sign of it, if you ken what it'll look, you can find the rickled down was of the place. So lovely place. Hour in distance you can see the Earl of O'Bynes house, big white place in the middle of the How. So I'll play the Muragellin and then I'll just give a wee spin about. Okay. So there you go, again you'll have to excuse the extreme close-up, but there we go. So there's the Muragellin, just to the back, and the White House, that's for the Earl of O'Bynes. But it's a splendid spot right enough. You can see why this would be a good place to build a Stain Circle, and folk are into this sort of thing. Can probably tell you that Stain Circles are built for lane lines. This is a great area, an area that's heavy in the ley lines. Just have a look at the map, there's the lights. There's white ley. This is fun. So anyway, let's move on. Right, we're nearly back now. I'm at the edge of the village, actually at the brig in Tarland, the main brig, and I'm going to play a tune called The Brig of Tarland, and there's a couple of little things I'll point out before I head back to Aberdeen Arms, but we're getting there now. There we go. Right, if I can get hold of this. Sorry for the extreme close-up. We've got the modern recreation of the Pictish balls. They were made by Janet McEwen a few years ago now, but just at the entrance to the village, and they're inspired by the mysterious Pictish balls that you find lying about all over the place. Well, not all over the place, but there was certainly one found in Tarland. I think it's at Marshall College now. And then there's a wee mound in that park right ahead me. And Jim Ryan, who used to bide in the village, he's been dead a while now, but Jim was a great character. He'd fit you with a card healing hands, but he could tell a tall tale. He was Irish. He said he played for Tottenham Hotspur. He certainly was a physio or something like that, and he was a manager of the Tarland team for a while. But Jim told me that he said that this mound was a Roman burial mound, and he woke up one night with a Roman funeral procession walking through his bedroom, which might creep you out slightly. So anyway, it's one of these things. There's certainly been Romans in the area. There's been Roman coins found out the other side of the village, and there are histories that would suggest they've been here. So it maybe is. We'll maybe find out one of these days. So all the best, folks, and we'll move on to the next and final destination. Right, folks, we're at the end of the trail. Back from whence I came. We've made it back to the Aberdeen Arms. I was going to play inside the pub, but this is taken me so long a day that the pub's open and I can't really be playing in the pub in the current circumstances. So I've stopped before I started, and the Aberdeen Arms is over my shoulder. So I'm going to finish with a reel called the Aberdeen Arms reel. I hope you've enjoyed this wee jaunt around the how. It's certainly an area that's extremely rich in culture, whether it's songs or poetry or fiddle tunes. We'll maybe do it for real next year. So anyway, we'll see you later, folks. Enjoy the rest of your Tarland Food and Music Weekend Virtual Festival. There you go, just as the midges starting to bite. We'll see you later, folks. Have a good weekend.
Fantastic stuff there from Paul Anderson. And if you enjoyed Paul's virtual walk today, you can catch him tonight at 8 o'clock as part of the Saturday night concert here live on our Facebook page. He's playing with Brian McAlpin tonight, and also on the bill is fantastic folk and jazz guitarist Steve Garrett from Aboyne. And of course, during that concert tonight at 8 o'clock, we will be drawing our raffle live, and there is still time to get your raffle tickets. You can buy them online from www.tarland.org.uk/shop, or if you are local to the village, you can still nip down to the square and buy them from the paper shop in Tarland. And beside me, I have just got a selection of some of the raffles that you can be in with a chance to win tonight. We have got this wonderful piece of art by Lindsay Stewart. How fabulous is that? A brilliant knitted hat, one of two, from Liz Cooper. This really sweet stained glass rainbow, which is made by Fiona Brown, who stays in the village, and she makes some fantastic art. And you probably saw in Paul's walk there, he was up at the Beach Avenue, and Denise Hansford, another local artist, oh, can you see that here, has donated this wonderful original painting of the Beach Avenue. And as well as the usual sweeties and chocolates and wine, we have also got a few very special prizes, such as an hour's guitar lesson from Alistair McDougall. We have got a 30-minute photo shoot from Life is Peachy Photography up for grabs, and a specially written tune for you by Paul Anderson. So if you are lucky enough to win that in the raffle, Paul will write any kind of tune in the Scottish idiom for you, and you can name it whatever you'd like. The tickets are available, as I said, online at the shop on the website and from the shop in Tarland. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we have got a great wee workshop from Thistle and Clay, who are in Aboyne, and Mary MacDonald of Thistle and Clay will be showing us how to make a lip balm and a body scrub. And then at 1:30, we head over the hill to Dess to see Ken Howie, who farms at Cairnton, and he's going to take us from farm to fork, telling us all about his Aberdeen Angus. And then at 2 o'clock, following on the farming theme, we will have our farming discussion for this year. And that farming discussion is on the topic of sustainable farming post-COVID. And many thanks to our committee member, Annie McKee, who has arranged that. And we have got three great young local speakers. We've got Jenna Ross, Gavin Robertson and Megan Albin coming to take part in that, and it will be chaired by the great Eddie Galanders. If you are enjoying our virtual festival this year, please consider popping something in our GoFundMe pot. You can pop in the price of a ticket or whatever you fancy. Anything big or small is appreciated to help us cover the costs for this year's festival. So I am going to leave you now and go and refresh your glasses with your tea or coffee. It's after lunchtime now, so you are able to pour yourself a dram. Hope you're enjoying our Food and Music Virtual Festival. I am down here in the Aberdeen Arms, and they are hosting me very kindly this weekend and keeping me in tea. I don't know if you can see this. That's the biggest pot of tea I have seen in a long time. So thank you very much. I'm going to go and pour myself a cuppa, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock for the Thistle and Clay Beauty Workshop. Welcome back and good afternoon to our Tarland Food and Music Festival Online Festival 2020. If you are just joining us, my name is Shona Donaldson and I am the festival coordinator, and I am with you for the whole afternoon and indeed tomorrow as well, as we are online for our virtual festival. We had a great video there from Paul Anderson just at 12 o'clock, and I must mention a special app that Paul has been involved with, and indeed it was launched at the Tarland Food and Music Festival previously. It's an app called The Singing Land, and if you look to download that app on your phone and visit Tarland, you can stand in some spots and hear the history and the music of the village. It is a fantastic app, and a lot of folk put a lot of effort into getting that going. So if you are in Tarland, make sure to download the Singing Land app and hear a bit more about the history and the music of the village. We are going to go to Thistle and Clay very soon. Mary McDonald of Thistle and Clay is going to show us how to make a lip balm and a body scrub. But first of all, I want to mention our raffle again. I have had a few more folk buying some raffle tickets. We've got some great prizes. I'm just going to show you one of them just now. This is a fantastic wee original painting by Lindsay Stewart from Tarland, and that is amongst a host of prizes that you can win, and that'll be drawn live during our 8 o'clock concert tonight, featuring Steve Garrett, Paul Anderson and Brian McAlpin. So you can still buy your tickets for that at www.tarland.org.uk/shop, or you can nip over to the paper shop in Tarland if you are local and buy them there. Tickets are only £1 each. So on with the show. Mary McDonald, as I said, is of Thistle and Clay, who are based in Aboyne. They are an environmentally conscious family business specialising in organic soap, shampoo and conditioner bars and skincare. All of their products are locally made and their packaging is biodegradable or recyclable and totally plastic free. They have some wonderful soaps like Oat and Aboyne Honey, Cedarwood and Spice and Peppermint Mocha, and their shampoo bars have no palm oil. They are plant-based keratin and pH balanced. They've got natural deodorants and lovely gifts available in their shop in Aboyne. So if you'd like to find out more about Thistle and Clay, you can head to their Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Thistle and Clay, or head to their website, which is www.thistleandclay.co.uk. So let's head over to Mary McDonald from Thistle and Clay now.
So we have this very simple recipe for a body scrub. What I have here is 150 grams of sugar. You can use salt instead of sugar if you prefer. I have 15 grams of honey, and I have 50 grams of oil. Now I'm using jojoba oil here because it's fantastic for your skin, but you can use any oil that you want to use. Sweet almond oil is very good for people who might have allergies to other oils. And then I have a couple of essential oils. So I have sweet orange and I have geranium rose, because that's a very popular combination in the shop. So what I'm going to do is I have a bowl of hot water, and I'm going to put the honey in there just so that it warms up a little bit. And I've got this pot sitting ready to put everything in. It just takes a minute or two for this to warm up. You could just pop it in the microwave, but it takes away some of the benefits of the honey. Honey's really good at softening your skin. So I'm just spreading it inside the bowl. Just give it a minute. You don't want to overheat it. You can see it's gone from solid to being quite runny now. So I'm going to add a little bit of oil. Just mix it up. This is a similar idea to a bain-marie, so just hot water. It probably won't mix all that well, but once you put the sugar in, it'll mix through it. Just leave that there. And next what I'm going to do is add 5 drops of geranium rose. Oh, there we go. 15 drops of orange. I'm just going to stir this up. And I've added 15 drops of sweet orange essential oil and 5 drops of geranium rose. I'm just combining that well. And then I'm going to add the sugar. And when it's all well combined, it smells amazing. Just pop it in a jar and let it cool before you put the lid on. And then you can just rub it on and make sure you shower it off. Or it's quite nice to give as a gift, so you can make your own label. And label it up. And that's how you make just a very simple oil and sugar body scrub. So now I'm going to show you how to make a very simple lip balm with 5 simple ingredients. So I have beeswax, I have cocoa butter, coconut oil, jojoba oil, and a sweet orange essential oil. So I'll show you how to do this now. So what we've got going on here is we have a homemade bain-marie, which is just some boiling water in a bowl, and then another bowl sitting over it. And in there we've got some organic beeswax. I'll put all the quantities in a document that goes with this. So this will make probably 3 small pots of lip balm. So we have our beeswax melting away quite happily in here. It's quite hard wax. It started off as little hard pellets, so it's melting, you can see. And to this, we're going to add our cocoa butter. This melts at quite a low temperature, you can see it melting already. Our coconut oil. This also melts at a really low temperature. Just keep stirring it till they combine. Just give that a minute or two. So we've got the beeswax melted nicely in there. with the cocoa butter and the coconut oil. Just sometimes you might have to pour off the hot water and then put more hot water in. Now we're adding the jojoba. Let that melt. And in this one we have 3 drops of vitamin E. Just a tiny amount of vitamin E. And now we're just going to add 2 drops of essential oil, and that's an orange oil that I've used there. And then we're going to pour them into little pots. See, it starts setting straight away. Now you can use any other wax rather than beeswax if you want to make a vegan version. And that's our lip balm.
Fantastic stuff there from Mary MacDonald of Thistle and Clay in Aboyne. A brilliant wee workshop. I'm sure we will all be very inspired to go and make our own Christmas presents this year. Or if you are more like me, you might just want to pop down to the shop in Aboyne and buy them from Mary there. Now, I can vouch for their shampoo bars. That's what I use all the time. You maybe can't see my luscious locks today because I've got a headset on, but they have some great products over there in Aboyne, so please go and check them out. Now, remember that all our videos will be uploaded to our YouTube channel after the weekend has finished. It gives us a chance to edit a wee bit, and we will be popping them up there after our festival weekend. If you've just joined us, you are more than welcome. We have a very international audience joining us today. We have Annalise from Sweden, she's watching, Jane Roberts from Philadelphia, Jan Joseph over in Aboyne, I told you it was international, Elizabeth McMillan is joining us from Canada, Grace Donaldson in Huntly, Alison McDonald from the San Francisco Bay Area, and Ron Beard is watching from Maine. Wonderful stuff, and we are so happy to have you with us for our 2020 virtual festival. Now, remember, you can still buy your raffle tickets for the raffle tonight. I am manning the email, so if you buy them online, it will come direct to me and I can pop your name in the hat. You can get those raffle tickets at www.tarland.org.uk/shop, where you can also buy the Tarland honey as well. And if you are local, you can nip over to the paper shop in the square and get your raffles there. We also have a GoFundMe for this year to help us cover costs for the festival and pop something in the pot for next year to make it bigger and better than ever. So if you feel you are able to contribute just a wee something, maybe the price of a ticket if you were going to attend the festival this year in person, that would be very much appreciated. You can find our GoFundMe if you pop GoFundMe Tarland Food and Music Festival into a Google search bar and it should come up, and I will pop the link as a pinned post as well up on our Facebook page. Now, coming up next at 1:30, we have got Ken Howie from just over the hill in Cairnton at Des. I spent a really nice morning with Ken last week, filming him talking about From Farm to Fork, all about his Aberdeen Angus herd. And we had a wee visit down to Deeside Activity Park, which Ken also has. And he is going to tell us all about his Aberdeen Angus beef. Now, remember, the concert tonight happens at 8 o'clock, where we will draw our raffle live, in between a fantastic set by Steve Garrett, who is a folk and jazz guitarist, and then we'll have the raffle, and then Paul Anderson and Brian McAlpin will be finishing the show. So I am going to leave you just now. I'm going to go and top up my tea, and I will see you just at 1:30, ready and raring to go for Ken Howie from Farm to Fork. Good afternoon and welcome back to this year's virtual festival. Tarland Food and Music Festival are online. We are so excited to be with you worldwide. We have an international audience. We've got folk watching from Australia, from Canada, from America, and even just down the road in Aboyne. You are so welcome to be with us. We have got a fantastic afternoon programme for you. Coming up at 1:30, just in a moment, is Ken Howie, Aberdeen Angus Farm to Fork. But first of all, I am going to mention a few things. If you've been watching, you're probably well sick of me mentioning these, but I have to do my job here. So we've got a GoFundMe open for donations if you would like to pop something in the pot to help cover costs for this year. If you Google GoFundMe Tarland Food and Music Festival, you can get to the website that way. We also have our raffle, which is very exciting. We've had a flurry of entries for the raffle in the last hour or so, and I'm going to show you a few more of our very special raffle prizes. We are really lucky to have this wonderful print of Morven by Howard Butterworth. Thank you very much to the Butterworth Gallery for donating that. We have got another wonderful knitted hat by Liz Cooper. Perfect. It's a lovely bright day here in Tarland today down at Festival HQ, but it is quite cold, so I have got my eye on that. The Traditional Music and Song Association of Scotland have very kindly donated lots and lots of raffles for us. So this is one prize. We have got 101 Scottish songs, 3 DVDs of live concerts, and as well as the book. So that is a brilliant prize. They've also donated 4 Young Trad Tour CDs. So keep an eye out and hopefully you can win them. We've got a bottle of whiskey donated very kindly by the Aberdeen Arms, who are hosting me down here this afternoon. Let me have a wee look. Oh, Crafty Nuke have donated a really nice cross-stitch kit. Crafty Nuke is our local craft shop in Tarland, so thank you very much to them for that. We have really nice handmade fused glass coasters from Anne Wyatt over in Lumphanan. I'm going to take them out of the packet and show you. How beautiful are they? They are fused glass handmade coasters from Anne. And last but not least, just now I'm going to show you is a pair of handmade earrings. These are from Happy and the How Creations, which just happened to be me. I'm very sorry, I've got another pair on just now. A little plug there. And they are silver-plated earrings with local cow parsley. I picked that not long ago, and that is resin earrings. So if you enter the raffle, you will have a chance of winning some of those fabulous prizes. We also have recipes from our fabulous restaurants and cafes available to download on the website and on our Facebook page. We have got recipes from the Patar Cafe and Restaurant, the Commercial Hotel in Tarland, Angie's Cafe in Tarland, and the Aberdeen Arms. If you haven't had a chance to browse our virtual farmers market, please do so at some point over the weekend. You can find the farmers market in our photos. So if you go to the farmers market photo album on our Facebook page, you can browse there for the whole weekend and get in touch directly with the producers for to buy their products. And we are lucky that Tufty Owl in Tarland has created a very special scavenger hunt, especially for the children. So that is based around finding things in your house to do with the Food and Music Festival. And you can take a photo of it and send it over to the paper shop in Tarland, where Tufty Owl will be judging and adding up all the points. More details on our Facebook page for that. If you click on the events tab, that will take you to all of our events that are happening today and tomorrow. And you can find out more details about how to enter there. So, on with the show. Ken Howie farms at Cairnton, just over the hill from Tarland in Dess, and he also has Deeside Activity Park, where they offer lots of fantastic outdoor activities, and they have a coffee shop and farm shop where he sells his own beef as well as other fantastic local products. You can even buy Steve Garrett and Paul Anderson CDs there at the Deeside Activity Park shop, and Steve and Paul are of course taking part in our online concert tonight at 8 o'clock. So I am going to now hand over to Ken to tell us a wee bit more about his Aberdeen Angus from farm to fork.
Okay, so here we are at Cairnton Farm on Deeside, being filmed by Paul, and I'm so pleased to be part of the Tarland Food and Music Festival, which is a great thing, and hopefully next year it'll return in its proper format. But at Cairnton here, we specialise in Aberdeen Angus cattle. It's a breed of the northeast of Scotland. Regardless of where you go in the world, everyone knows or recognises the term Aberdeen Angus. And here we've got some gills behind us, some heifers. Noticeably black, of course, and in the States they tend to be referred to as black Angus, and always hornless, or what we term as polled cattle. And one of the really main characteristics is this ability to throw the poll. So if you use an Aberdeen Angus bull on any other cow, even a Texas Longhorn, you will find that the calves will have no horns. But on from there, of course, they're really famous for the quality of their meat. Now this has been recognised for at least the last 200 years, but it was a neighbour of ours just over the hill, McCombie at Tillyfour of Afford. He was really the pioneer not only at breeding superior cattle, but also marketing those cattle. And one of his prize specimens was champion at Smithfield Show in the 1860s. Once the carcass was sold, he bought half the carcass back from the butcher and gifted it to Queen Victoria. Now this was the most wonderful piece of marketing that you could ever wish for, long before the internet, and of course most of the global map was coloured in pink, part of the British Empire. So within a very short space of time, every newspaper in every part of the empire recognised that Queen Victoria would be eating Aberdeen Angus beef for her Christmas lunch in 1869, I think it was. The following year, when she came to Deeside, she demanded, or at least asked for an audience at Tillyfour, and McCombie, of course, was only too pleased to accommodate her. The story goes that the cattle were paraded around the house rather than have Her Majesty clattering about them in dubs on the farm. The cattle were paraded around the house, and although the fact he only had 40 cows at the time, he felt a little bit uncomfortable with this. So effectively, one man would take his cow around the front of the house and then round the back, and then they would swap leaders with cows, and then the same process would go on again. And this happened all afternoon. The Queen was amused. So from then on, every one who was anyone, not only did they need to have a sporting estate in Scotland and a grand mansion house that would equal Balmoral, they had to have Aberdeen Angus cattle. And some of you locally will know at Aboyne Castle, just over the hill behind us here, the Coo Cathedral, it was built for Aberdeen Angus cattle. And Tarland, getting back to where our event is taking place, had of course the Doonside estate. And the McRoberts of Doonside were hugely enthusiastic, particularly Lady McRobert, hugely enthusiastic about Aberdeen Angus cattle. And between 1956 and 1966, Doonside was the place in the world to go and buy an Aberdeen Angus bull. I'm pleased to say that we have some Doonside genetics here on the farm here as well. Estella of Doonside and one of her daughters, Elizabeth, was champion at Stirling in October last year and was sold into a pedigree herd in England, and since then she's had a calf and she's doing fantastically well. But of course, there's no getting away from it. For all these beautiful cattle and for all our showing bulls and getting involved in events like that, the purpose of the breed is to produce top quality, marbled Aberdeen Angus beef. We'll see some of that in a short while. Okay, so here we've got a couple of our young Aberdeen Angus bulls. On the left is Jasper, and on the right here is Black Captain. Jasper's actually sold. He's going to South Wales to work with a bunch of young ladies down there, and I have every confidence that he'll do well. But you get a look at him here, you'll notice that wonderful traditional Aberdeen Angus head, broad in the forehead, relatively short in the nose, broad in the muzzle, and notice of course no horns. Particularly big lugs as well is what we're looking for, particularly on the females. And his mother is one of the oldest cows on the farm, Jenna, and she's got tremendous great big lugs as well. Now the breed of course is traditional to the northeast of Scotland here, and there are arguments about where it was actually founded, of whether it was actually founded in the county of Angus or was it founded in the county of Aberdeenshire. And up until the turn of the into the 1900s, the breed was simply known as the Polled Cattle Society, and they argued for a long time about which should come first, Angus or Aberdeenshire. Now there is no doubt about it that a man called Watson at Keeler, close to Glamis Castle in the county of Angus, he was a very enthusiastic breeder of Aberdeen Angus cattle. But our main man, Maccombie of Tillyfour over at Arthur there, he's the man that really put the breed on the map. And then following him, of course, was Macpherson Grant at Ballindalloch, where there is still a pedigree herd of Aberdeen Angus cattle to this day, ably looked after by their manager Davy Johnston, and it's fantastic to see those beautiful cattle with bloodlines going back 200 years grazing in the policies in front of the castle. Personally, of course, I think the breed came from Aberdeenshire, and it is documented that from the estate of Pitfour over beside Mintlaw, there were heifers that went south to Angus, and the first bull in the Aberdeen Angus herd book, who is known as Old Jock, he would have been an offspring of one of those heifers. So although he was born in Angus, his mother was from Aberdeenshire. In fact, not only Aberdeenshire, from Buchan, where the breed was known as humble cattle, humleys, and in the south, in Angus, they were known as dodded cattle, or doddies. So the Angus doddy and the Buchan humley were really the foundation of the breed that we know to this day. And if we go further back now, there is actually evidence of when the Romans came to this northern part of Scotland, and they didn't come here very much, they noticed that we had a black and hornless breed of cattle. So there's no doubt they're synonymous with this part of Scotland, and today they are the dominant beef breed in all of the world. And if you want a decent bit of beef, you've got to ask for Aberdeen Angus by name. Okay, so here we are in our very, very small butchery. After the cattle have been taken to the abattoir and they've been hung and aged for a minimum of 3 weeks. And personally, I like considerably longer than that. It does depend a little bit on the carcass, but often up to 40 days is perfect. And dry aging is the key. That's not, as some of the well-known supermarkets claim, that it's been aged in a plastic bag. It needs to have the air circulate around about it and the moisture extracted from meat. It also allows the enzymes within the meat to break down the fibres and gives you this more tender eating experience. So here we've got the sirloin and the rib of an Aberdeen Angus steer, and we tend to kill only steers. We very seldom kill bulls, and we don't really like killing heifers either, although personally possibly the best beef comes off the heifers, a little bit more fat involved there. But if you look at this fella here, notice fair layer of fat on the sirloin there, and it's firm and hard and will go crispy and tasty in the cooking process. And here we've got the ribeye. Now, it's interesting that in the last 10 or 12 or 15 years, ribeye has become so much more popular. Certainly in Aberdeenshire and the northeast here, sirloin was the popular one, and that's not quite the case anymore. But let's just put the knife through here just now. Okay, so we just take the end off, and you know by the feel of how the knife goes through it what sort of bit of beef it is. Now, personally, looking at it from my point of view, I'm a little disappointed it's not quite got the marbling in it that I would like. Now, it doesn't always work, it doesn't always come the way it should do, but I'm reasonably happy and content with that. It's got that telltale knob of fat that runs right the way through on the rib, and although it may not be my absolute perfect piece of beef, I'm confident that it'll eat extremely well. If we look at the sirloin here, and you want a decent kind of size steak, so it should be at least a 3/4 of an inch thick. I would say again, as the knife goes through it, okay, it feels easy and soft to draw the knife through it, and off the same carcass, so you wouldn't expect it to be very much different, but there is noticeable little bit flecks of fat through there. And for our North American viewers, then they will know that this is key to the eating experience. And for our discerning customers in Aberdeenshire, they also know. But all too often, and for 30 or 40 years now, the supermarkets have made a great job of telling us that fat is a bad thing. Believe me, fat is a good thing. So, folks, if you would like some Aberdeen Angus beef, better still, some Cairnton Aberdeen Angus beef, there's only one place to come, and that's our little farm shop at Deeside Activity Park, Des on Deeside. See you there soon.
Brilliant stuff there from Ken Howie just over the hill in Des. Deeside Activity Park offer so many activities, from quad biking to archery, kart racing, fly fishing and 4x4 off-roading. But if that's not your thing, you can have a browse around their brilliant farm shop. You can have your dinner in the restaurant and visit the Lost Loch Distillery and Norvite, who are both on site at the Deeside Activity Park. They've been doing some amazing things during lockdown. They have really been going above and beyond for their local community and delivering shopping as well. So coming up next at 2 o'clock, we have a really interesting event organised and put together by our festival committee member Annie McKee. We are going to have a live, hopefully online discussion. We are working really hard backstage to bring it to you just now. A live discussion about farming, sustainable farming post-COVID, and we're going to be joined by 3 young local folk, Dr. Jenna Ross, Gavin Robertson and Megan Alban, and that will be chaired by Eddie Galanders. So if you have got any comments at all or any questions, feel free to pop them in the comments section on our Facebook live feed, and they will be passed on to Eddie to put to the panel. As well as that, I must make a very special mention to somebody who has been working his socks off behind the scenes. You might think that this is looking all very professional and very calm, but behind the scenes we have got someone really, really going above and beyond, and that is Mac, Philip McAuliffe, a friend of mine who is actually in London. Amazingly, I can't quite believe it, but Philip is backstage and he is pressing all the buttons to make everything go and stop, and he's keeping me very calm backstage. So I must say, very sincere thanks to Mac for all his hard work behind the scenes. You won't probably see him this weekend, but if you head to the Facebook page, I put up a wee photo of Mac at his mission control earlier, so you can see what he looks like and maybe give him a wee wave and say thank you. So I will leave you just now and say thanks again to Ken Howie for that fantastic presentation on his Aberdeen Angus farm to fork. And then coming up at 2 o'clock, we will start again with the farming discussion, which is sustainable farming post-COVID. See you at 2. Good afternoon and welcome back to our Tarland Food and Music Festival Online Festival 2020. My name is Shona Donaldson and I am the Festival Coordinator, and I am here at Festival HQ down in the Aberdeen Arms in Tarland. They have very kindly agreed to host me in my wee corner here as I bring you all of our events live from our Facebook page for the whole weekend. Now, coming up at 3:30, we have a very special event. It is a wee nosy around the community garden in Tarland. So we will see what they have been growing during lockdown and pick up some hints and tips along the way. And during that, we will also have a special story from wonderful storyteller Pauline Cordner. Pauline has been a festival favourite here for a few years now, and we always love having her. And she's recorded a special wee story for us to go out live later on at 3:30. So now we are turning to this year's farming discussion. We have got a really great event happening now. We have put quite a lot of work into this behind the scenes. It's a wee bit complicated, and Mac, our tech guy, has been keeping us right all the way through. Annie McKee, who is on our festival committee, has arranged for 3 young folk from the Tarland area to speak about their experiences of sustainable farming. And it's a great opportunity for us watching to learn a wee bit more about what's going on in Scottish farming at the moment, and also how the land around Tarland is managed. Now, if you have any questions at all that you would like to ask the panel, please pop them in the comments box here on Facebook and they will be passed on to the chair, Eddie Galanders. So for the moment, I am going to pass you over to Annie McKee, who is going to do the introduction for this year's farming discussion.
Okay, hello. Thank you very much for joining this afternoon's farming discussion. I'm Annie McKee, I'm on the festival committee, and this event has run every year since the beginning of the Tarland Food and Music Festival. And the real purpose of it is that in Tarland and in the How of Cromarr, we live in a farming community, but many of us have no real connection to farming. We don't actively work the land, and there's a lot that we could learn from the local farming community so that we have a better connection and a better understanding of the landscape and the food that is grown here. So I'm not going to speak much at all. I'm delighted that we've got a great panel of 3 young people from Tarland who now work in agricultural careers, and they're going to describe a bit about what they do, how they've ended up doing it, and also their thoughts now on the problems that we're facing during the pandemic and going forward so that we have a sustainable farming future in Tarland and the How of Cromarr. And I'm delighted that we've got an excellent chairperson as well. Eddie Galanders is a well-known face in agricultural circles in the Northeast. He edits and publishes his own magazine, Farm Northeast, and previously he worked for the Press and Journal newspaper. So with no further ado, I'm going to hand over to Eddie. The only thing is, if you have a question for the panel, please write this question into the Facebook comments, and I'll ask the panel directly when they get to the discussion part. We're in for an interesting afternoon. Thank you, Eddie.
Well, thank you, Annie, and welcome to everyone. I must say it did strike me initially a bit odd to have a farming discussion as part of a food and music festival. The food link, of course, is pretty obvious, but when you think about it, so is the music. As much of the Northeast music heritage of corn kisters and bothy ballads stems from the days before mechanization, when most farms had a large number of horsemen, cattlemen, and ploughmen living on farms, and a large number and employed at the regular feeing markets. And they made their music with their melodeons and fiddles, often poking a snook at their employers when they decided to move on. Hence bothy ballads such as the Barnyards of Delgaty and the Hash of Drumdelgy. So I congratulate Annie and the organisers for including the farming discussion in the programme of the festival. Although our three excellent young speakers, all from Tarland and committed to careers in agriculture, will be looking to the future rather than dwelling on the past in their presentations. First, a little introduction about myself as instructed by Annie. I am delighted and indeed honoured to have been asked to chair today's discussion and try and keep the discussion going. Like most people, I have a great affection for Deeside, which in my case goes back to the teenage years when I lived at Dinnet, when my stepfather was grieve at the Cleric, the home farm on the Dinnet estate, and my misspent youth at the Dinnet and Tarland dances on a Saturday night. Hard to believe these days, but the Dinnet dance in particular was the place to be on a Saturday night in the early 1960s. Although I had to go to another Aberdeenshire dance venue popular with the farming fraternity at Logie Durno to find the girl who became my wife. I actually attended a boying academy for all of 7 days as we moved to Dinnet just before the school holidays, before going on to Bankery Academy, where I utterly failed to gain any academic distinction, so quickly looked for a job, which I was lucky to get with the Aberdeen Angus Cattle Society, whose headquarters were then in Aberdeen. It triggered a lifelong interest in the breed, which I continued after going into journalism as editor of the Society's magazine and secretary of the North East Aberdeen Angus Club, both for 40 years. I also enjoyed a close association with the Doonside Aberdeen Angus herd in its heyday in the 1960s, when the famous bull, the Stadium of Doonside, sold at the Perth Bull Sales in 1964 for 54,000 guineas, which is still the second highest price ever paid for an Aberdeen Angus by auction in the UK. Since leaving the full-time employment of the Angus Society in 1970, my career has varied between agricultural journalism and livestock marketing, including 11 years, as Annie said, as agriculture editor of the Fashion Journal, and spells as marketing manager with 2 farming co-ops, Northeastern Farmers, sadly no longer with us, and my last 14 years before retiring with the A&M Group at Thainston. Since retiring in 2004, I've been publishing my own monthly farming magazine, Farm Northeast, and last month published our 100th issue. I don't know if you can see it or not, can you? Says he promoting his own business, sorry about that. But enough about me. The subject of today's discussion on sustainable farming post-COVID is very apposite at the present time, as farming really is at something of a crossroads as we leave the EU. Possibly without a deal on future trading arrangements with Europe, and we move away from support based on area payments to one which the government calls public money for public goods, the public goods being meeting environmental objectives. At the same time, we have the challenge of climate change and the imperative to both reduce carbon emissions and feed a world population set to grow to 9 billion by 2050. One of the big issues I'm sure we'll discuss, how do we get the right balance and support measures to protect the environment and at the same time stimulate food production? We're told that we've got to eat less meat and dairy products, but there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding about Scotland's carbon footprint. Beef and sheep production in Scotland is based on grassland and land unsuitable for crops, and the Scottish Government has ambitious targets for increased forestry. Both grass and trees act as carbon sinks, and it's not like Brazil, where huge areas of forest are being cleared to accommodate beef production. And finally, the most immediate conundrum, will COVID result in the public moving more to food produced in their own local area rather than being imported from all over the world? The early days of lockdown showed how vulnerable we could be to food shortages, with supermarket shelves emptying so quickly, and I see Morrison's are only this week limiting sales of a few food products. So on with the discussion. Our three speakers are going to give a short presentation of their experience and views on areas of interest before we open up for a question and answer session. So I hope you have your questions ready. Apologies to Jenna that I received a few notes from her to introduce her, but I had already written them from my own knowledge, so I'm sorry I haven't had time to study your notes properly. Anyway, Dr. Jenna Ross is our first speaker, and like the other two speakers, needs no introduction to a Tarland audience. Jenna was brought up on the family farm of Craskins, and since graduating from Aberdeen University in 2009 with a PhD in forensic science, has become a recognised world expert on slugs and snails. Now, that may not sound the sexiest of scientific pursuits, but slugs and snails cause huge damage to crops all over the world, and Gemma has travelled around the world in her search for a biological solution to controlling these pests. But as she will tell you, her scientific interests and work covers a much wider area than slugs and snails, and was recognised last year by the Royal Northern Agricultural Society with their Under 35 award for her outstanding contribution in her role as the International Business Development Manager with the CHAP Solutions, if that's the correct pronunciation of it. So Jenna, it's over to you.
Great, thank you very much, Eddie. Let me just pull up my presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Eddie, and thank you very much to the Tarland Food and Music Festival for inviting me to speak today. So for those of you that don't know me, I grew up at Craskins Farm, as Eddie's already mentioned, which is really epitomised by Queen's View. The farm is currently managed by my parents and my brother, who are third and fourth generation farmers or custodians of this land. And our family link to the land started with my great-grandfather who took on the tenancy from the McCrubbit Trust at Woodfield, and then that expanded to Craskins, and then more recently, Pets Farm. And without a doubt, this landscape inspired my career. I'd always had an interest in agriculture and an interest in science. And for the longest time, I was looking at how I could combine those two, and eventually that led to studying agricultural pests, especially slugs. So many people ask me why slugs? Well, slugs are one of the #1 agricultural and #1 horticultural pest in the UK. And with that, they bring huge challenges to a variety of different crop types and control strategies. And during my PhD studies at the University of Aberdeen, that focused on how we can potentially replace this idea of conventional slug control with the idea of biological control. So using one living organism to control another living organism. And it also opened up opportunities for travel for me. I got the opportunity to study in the US and South Africa. And then following my studies, I went on to work abroad, initially in Norway, and then settling in South Africa for many years. I set up my own research group looking at the future of slug control, and also did a sabbatical in Tanzania. But for me, it was always important about how I could bring my experiences home and back down to Tarland. And with that, I took on the hobby of writing for the Deeside Piper, speaking about my career journey, about my work, my research, and just my life experiences of living internationally. In 2018, I got the life-changing opportunity to travel the world as a Nuffield farming scholar. And for those of you that don't know about Nuffield farming, it's the opportunity to focus in on a specific area of agriculture. It's an opportunity to travel, but it's also about fostering the next generation of agricultural leaders. And with that, I got the opportunity to spend 26 weeks in 2018 traveling the world looking at future slug control. I looked at slug invasions, their impact, control systems, how we monitor slugs, and the future of malacology, which is the study of slugs and snails, and how we get new entrants into the subject area. I also looked at how to set up citizen science projects and set up one in Kenya and one in Canada. I got the opportunity to visit some amazing places and had so many amazing experiences along the way, whether it's the Rockies, the Sydney Opera House, Tokyo, right down to milking cows by hand in Kenya. It also opened up many doors for me. I got the chance to visit Westminster many times. I got the chance to speak at the US Department of Agriculture at Capitol Hill in DC. And then, if I scroll back, and then last year, I got the opportunity to attend the Committee on World Food Security at the FAO at in Rome, which was very poignant considering where we are right now with COVID and food security. My Nuffield Scholarship also planted a seed in me with regards to wanting to do more, not just for the industry, but also for society. I took on the role last year of Secretary and Treasurer of Nuffield Scotland, and I'll be taking on the role of chair next year. And part of that is about promoting this amazing opportunity to other young people in agriculture across Scotland. And with that, we held an event last year at the Scottish Parliament. I'm also passionate about education and the next generation. I've already mentioned setting up citizen science projects, but for me, it's also about engaging with the next generation, not only about showcasing where our food actually comes from, but also demonstrating the breadth of career opportunities in agriculture and the skill set that we're going to need in the future to feed people, whether that's plant and animal science through to robotics and machine learning. And with that, it inspired me to take on a role with the new Government Agritech Centre, Crop Health and Protection, or CHAP as it's known. CHAP obviously means something else if you're from D-side, but this is focused on agriculture. And it's one of 4 UK agritech centres that have been set up as a nexus between UK government, academia and industry to help drive efficiency and resilience and wealth right across the agri-food sector. And it really is about this catalyst of change. And we as CHAP, we're made up of a national network of industry partners and research institutes. And we include 4 non-delivery partners, including Bayer Crop Science, ADAS, Tesco and Frontier, who really represent industry, as well as 12 delivery partners, which each delivery partner, they're academic institutes, it's universities, and we had investment into new capabilities and really game-changing world-class facilities spanning crop protection, soil health, controlled environmental agriculture, and digital solutions. I thought what I would do is speak about, we've got so many capabilities, I'm going to speak about one capability per each of those areas, just to kind of showcase what we're doing, and also showcase how some of them have brought me back to the farm. So with regards to data diagnostics, one of these is a new digital support tool called Crop Monitor Pro. And this has been designed for UK farmers around forecasting and decision support. It's about looking at the risk posed by pests and diseases and looking at the need to spray and when to spray. So it involves a module that shows which days over the next 14 days are the most suitable farmers weather-wise to apply their spray treatments. And it's based on hourly met data on a 2x2 kilometre grid. And so far it's been focused for winter wheat, oilseed rape and potatoes in the UK. And it's currently going through a validation phase with the aim of making it commercially available for the next cropping cycle. One of the other areas we're involved with is soil health, and that's with our links with Cranfield. And it's about improving our understanding of soil management to improve soil health. And that's about pulling together soil, crop and water research. It's about removing the weather elements so we can really get to grips with what's going on. And it's also, for our side, looking at the phenotyping. So what's physically going on at both above and below ground. And to showcase this, I thought I would show a really short video. One of the other areas that we focus on is around this idea of controlled environmental agriculture and vertical farming, which is really this idea of growing crops vertically, so really utilising your space, but under controlled conditions, so controlling temperature, relative humidity and carbon dioxide, for example, and relying on lighting systems, so indoor farming using LED lighting and recirculating hydroponics and controlling light waves and looking at how we can use that to improve food production. A good example of this is our Innovation Hub for Controlled Environmental Agriculture that was set up last year at the James Hutton Institute in Dundee. It's a collaboration between ourselves, James Hutton and Liberty Produce, which are an SME. And it's really about showcasing as a demonstrator how controlled environmental agriculture can work. So it's about testing new technologies with lighting. It might be looking at things such as nanobubbles and how we can deliver nutrients more efficiently to the plants, and also looking at different hydroponic systems, also how we can reduce power that goes into this, the cost and the overall reducing light wastage. And the last area I want to speak about was this idea of crop monitoring and protection. And this, and for us, this is looking at fine phenotyping or imaging. And we use a video meter, which is that piece of equipment on the right-hand side, and it looks at beyond a normal camera. So a normal camera looks at red, green, and blue light, we call it an RGB. And with this, we look beyond that. We look at 19 different wavelengths from UV through to near infrared and fluorescence. And this helps us to distinguish and quantify features not seen with the naked eye, which you can see here from that strawberry. So it produces a unique spectral signature for pests and diseases that can then translate into the field using portable cameras. And a great example of a project which has been born from my Nuffield Farming Scholarship is this idea of SlugBot, which is a feasibility study to develop an innovative game-changing technology for autonomous slug monitoring. So here we're using robots to go out and actually monitor slugs and the numbers, and then precision treatment. So then using that data to apply biologicals in a precision way. And this is working with some really cutting edge, state-of-the-art companies, including a small robot company in Cosmonio, as well as working alongside farmers. And this project, it launched during COVID, which opened up many challenges in itself. So part of that was about, well, home in the farm, how can we do part of that research in the farm? So we started doing slug collections here at Craskins, and then sending those slugs off for multispectral imaging, which you can see in the image on the right there, and then looking at the artificial intelligence element of this research. And our next phase is about scaling that up. It's about applying that knowledge to the robot. So a small robot company have a fleet of 3 robots called Tom, Dick, and Harry. So this particular bit of knowledge will be applied to Tom, and he will be going out to scout for slugs in the field. And then the final phase is around how he uses that knowledge to then precision spray, which is, for us, could be game changing, because I mentioned earlier, my background is in biologicals, and biologicals are extremely expensive. And right now they're very much targeted towards higher value crops. But if you could turn that around and be able to apply these products in a really precise way rather than blanket covering the field, we may well make this financially feasible for broadacre crops and oilseed rape, which would be really game changing. And then impact of COVID. Well, for me, I've already mentioned the launches of projects such as SlugBot during this time and how we're reworking some of that work package. It has had a massive impact. But ironically, we are busier now more than ever because people are speaking about food. They're speaking about where their food is coming from. But from a personal perspective, it's also got me involved in new educational and extension activities, such as the Lockdown Learning Campaign, which is run by NFU Education and Eat Farm Now. And this is about inspiring children while learning from home about where their food is coming from, about farming and about the countryside. And myself and my colleagues, we generated 75 activities and resources for children, covering ag tech, wildlife, horticulture, slugs. And with that, we've had 30,000 users utilize this site and 77,000 page views since it was established. So it's been great. And what's been even more beneficial is since the children have been back at school, I've been speaking to local teachers and they've actually been utilizing this resource within their classrooms, which is amazing. I've also become more involved. One of the things that's mentioned earlier is my involvement with other initiatives, such as a STEM ambassador and also Lantra Scotland. And with that, I've been involved with campaigns such as No Wrong Path, which was launched around the time that the exam results went out. And it was really about showcasing that no matter what your results, there is no wrong path, whether that's going on to higher education, university, college, or doing an apprenticeship within agriculture. And finally, that COVID. So as I mentioned earlier, it's really highlighted the importance of food and food security and supply chains. And I'm looking forward to the discussion later on with Gavin and Megan about that and about the impact it's had locally and also locally in labour as well. And finally, I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the Tarland Food and Music Festival for inviting me to speak. And if anyone's interested to learn more about anything that I've covered today, then please get in contact and my email address is there. Thank you.
Jenna, thank you very much indeed. That's been a fascinating presentation, and you obviously lead a very busy life with all the various scientific interests you have there. I won't take any questions at the moment, but we'll move on straight on to the next speaker and take all the questions at the end. So our next speaker is Gavin Robertson, who's 22 years old and from the farming family, and as you will all know, in Cool, at Tarland. He graduated from Newcastle University with a degree in agriculture last summer, and after a year working on the farm at home, has now started as a ruminant nutritionist in Lanarkshire. So Gavin, can I invite you to make your presentation, please?
I can't seem to get my video to work, so I'll maybe make it quite brief. I assume you can hear me, can you?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes, right, okay. I'll just have to speak it, but I'll start with it wasn't much of my presentation. It wasn't very fancy anyway. Right. So I was asked to speak a little bit about my education so far, and from a practical point of view, I've had a farming education since the moment I could walk, and this has continued on to working in holidays. And then after university, as you heard, I worked full-time on the family farm for almost a year. From an academic point of view, I've always been interested in farming, and that's led me to choosing to study agriculture at Newcastle University. I graduated in 2019 with honours in animal production science, although the degree also covered the basics in most aspects of farming, including soil science, agronomy, business management, and agricultural economics, to name a few. Fast forward to a few months ago, and I started working as a ruminant nutritionist at a feed company in central Scotland. It's called LS Smiley and Sons. Here I've been intensively studying many aspects of ruminant nutrition, with a particular focus on optimising dairy cow rations. And I feel that this has been a good mixture of both the academic side of things and some of the practical farming sort of things that I've been interested in my whole life. Annie's asked me to briefly talk about my views and vision for sustainable farming. I would say that's a very difficult ask in 5 minutes or so, but I'll give it a go. What I will explain is the two most important things that I've learned about sustainable farming and how that shaped my vision for the future. The first most important thing I believe with sustainable farming is the importance of soil. Obviously, soil supports growth for almost everything we consume. However, it's the amount of carbon stored in the soil is what is quite amazing to me. There's more carbon in the first 2 meters of soil, although there's not always 2 meters of soil in this area, than in all the biomass and the atmosphere combined. So this includes all the carbon stored in trees and obviously carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and that. And really highlights the importance of soil in the carbon cycle. A group of European scientists in 2015 estimated that an increase in soil carbon content of just 0.4% in the first 30 centimetres, so about a foot of soil, would offset almost all emissions for that year. This obviously isn't an aim that we can just increase soil carbon and forget about all the other emissions, but it was something to really highlight the importance of soil carbon. This was the beginning of the 4 per 1,000 initiative set up as between many European countries, and I'd urge you to look it up and see what they have to say. My second sort of big important thing that I've learned about sustainable farming, and Eddie Glanders mentioned it slightly, was the sort of the importance of ruminant livestock as acting as a carbon sink. So if we include soil carbon, very quickly we realise that the methane emission from British cattle and sheep is not contributing to climate change, especially in the last 30 to 40 years, as numbers have been declining. They are part of a cycle. So methane emitted by ruminants is broken down in 10 to 12 years in the atmosphere, it's broken down into CO2 and water. This is then used by the grass, the CO2 and water is used by grass and is then to grow. And this growth is eaten by the ruminants, which again, a certain proportion of that carbon is emitted as methane. As long as we don't increase methane emissions and numbers of cattle and sheep, the cycle is quite stable. Grazing grass can also help increase soil carbon content through the root growth and the lack of sort of tillage and stuff that can degrade soils. This is especially important when integrated with cropping systems, particularly the cropping systems in Scotland that are based on quite heavy cultivation and ploughing, which can lose carbon into the atmosphere. In short, I believe that the key to sustainable farming is the protection of our soils and the building of soil carbon reserves through strategic use of ruminants, better crop rotation, and general integration of soil boosting / preserving practices across the whole industry. Although this is also must include minimising fossil fuel usage, as there's no point storing carbon in soil and releasing it from carbon reserves under the North Sea. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Gavin. That's some very, very relevant points there, which I'm sure will come up in discussion later. So we'll now move on to our third speaker, Megan Albon. Albon. Have I pronounced that correctly? Sorry, Megan. Megan Albon, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Megan grew up in Aboyne and attended the Aboyne Academy. She studied geography at the University of Cambridge, where she was particularly interested in issues relating to the global food system. Since graduating in 2014, she's returned home and worked for a number of direct sale organic food producers, including Work Farm and Huntley Herbs. And in 2018, started her own business, a market garden and local veg box scheme, which she runs with the help of her dad, Steve, from a small farm in the Tarland area. Megan, can I ask you to make your presentation?
Great, yeah, I will, and I'm going to try and share my screen now. Let's see if this is going to work. Oh, okay, right. Oh, is that going to work? Are we seeing is that now a slide? Nope. No?
Not quite yet, Megan.
Oh, there we go. That's a slide. How's that?
That's it.
Yes, fantastic. Okay, I wasn't expecting it to work. It is working, isn't it? Annie?
Well, we see.
Yes, it's working.
Great, okay. Thank you very much for asking me to speak today. I'm actually quite flattered to be included in the farming community in Tarland. To be honest, I think that might be a point for debate. I'm sort of more on the, well, it depends in which direction farming goes, but I'm sort of on that dividing line between market gardening, small scale direct sale food production and farming. So I have an 1.5 acre tenancy from the McRobert Trust Estate on the fantastic soil of the Howe of Cremar. I have a market garden where I grow there about 30 different types of vegetables. And every week I deliver to almost 40 families in the local area. So on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday, those households will receive, depending on the delivery day, a box of vegetables, enough for a family of 2 or a family of 4. So at the moment, I'm at about 40 veg boxes a week. This is my first year on that site, so I'm hoping that next year I can double that. The site, I think, could probably provide up to 100 families with veg every week. Maybe not for the whole year, but maybe for half the year or up to 9 months. So the business model is quite different from that of conventional farms, which are much bigger. And there are pros and cons to it. The big advantage of it is that you're selling directly to the customers, so none of that value is leaking into the supermarket chain. And in the current farming system, that sort of cut that the supermarkets take can be up to sort of 80% of the value of the food, which is huge. And so by capturing that value through direct sale, and also through having particularly low overhead, like a lot of the work is very physical and doesn't involve, particularly expensive technology, it is possible to make a decent income from selling high value crops, which are freshly picked and delivered on the same day. So I think particularly with vegetables, that is a model which can provide an income. I'm not from a farming family, but I studied geography at the University of Cambridge, and I was really interested in sustainable food systems and all of the problems within our food system, and the inequalities within that of developing countries selling their produce to richer nations at the expense of their own food security. I decided academia wasn't for me, and I was really inspired by the hands-on work that I was able to get working on local small-scale food producers. And I think what was really interesting in that is just how much employment can be created on a relatively small area through diversification. So for example, when I was working at Walk Farm, it's a 200-acre sheep farm with a butchery on site. So I was doing some sheep work, quite a lot of butchery, some delivery driving, but you're bringing all of that value back into the local economy, and that creates many more jobs than could be supported through an undiversified operation. I've worked in a variety of direct sale food producers, including a chutney and preserve making business up in Huntly, and worked in various different gardening jobs, really learning about the cultivation of plants. And and since 2018, I've been running a market garden. My original market garden was in Inch, and I've since moved to Tarland. I think that small-scale agriculture has a really important role within the landscape. It's not that common up here, but there are parts of the country where there is a really competitive market for in local veg boxes. Every local veg box scheme around here, there's one in Lunfannon, there's one at Rhiney, have huge waiting lists, and I've got a waiting list at the end of just my first year. So there's definitely demand there, and I think that finding a way to encourage more of these operations will make our local food supply more diversified and more kind of resilient, as well as creating employment and creating an accessible option for new entrants. Because as somebody not from a farming family, and this is an issue which affects even the children of farmers, finding employment in your local community can be really, really difficult, and having access to land. So I think this is a really important option. I haven't gone through my slides at all, but I grew a variety of crops. So you'll see there's a brassicas in this quarter. This is all legumes, so the broad beans did really well. This was earlier in the year. All these photos are kind of from spring. This is salad and courgettes. The courgettes were actually really good. They've just started getting the frost, but they've been really strong. And this is the carrot section. I've got nets on them. And that's a slightly blurry picture of a veg box. So I'm tending to put sort of like 7-8 different items in there every week. So that's me. I'll stop sharing my screen now. There we go.
Okay, Megan, thank you very much indeed, and well done with what you've achieved so far, and all the best for the future expansion of your business, and particularly dealing directly with between farm and customer, which is great. If you deliver as far as Demoke, you might even hear from me. Anyway, thank you to all three for the presentations. They've been fascinating. I'm sure they've generated heaps of questions. And I think Annie has the first question.
Hi
Hi, thanks everybody. That's been really great to hear your various different backgrounds and quite a wide range of topics to talk about already. We've got a question from Gillian Needham, who is in Thailand, and she asks the panel, what would be your vision for what will be grown in the How of Cromer in 2045? What is each speaker's vision for what will be growing in the How by 2045? So Eddie, I'll leave it with you to guide the discussion.
Well, what a question. Well, we keep the order in the same as before for this question anyway, and invite Gemma to have a go at that one.
That's a good question. Starting off nice and easy there. I think the most important thing overall, and I think this is something that we're seeing time and time again, is you look at any other industry and it's about what the demand is. I think that with the way that the payment scheme has been in the past, it hasn't always been about demand focused. And I think with that, we're going to see a lot more focus on demand as we leave Europe and as we reconstruct how payments are going to be made to farmers. We're likely going to see a move from where we are right now, to be fair. And I think with that, we're going to see a lot more environmental schemes folded into that. But I think there's always going to be we look at what's in the fields right now. I think we're always going to see that demand for barley. Our drinks industry in Scotland is an extremely strong industry on a global level. And I think that's going to be helping us, especially post-Brexit, and keeping us competitive globally. And I think we move to, in the past, we've been really relying on quite processed foods. I think what we're seeing now is we're taking a step back from high calorie foods and we're speaking about more nutritious foods. So I expect to see a lot more focus on what foods are going to reward us with the highest level of nutrition.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. Can I perhaps just follow up before I put the question to the other speakers? Something you said in your presentation. Do you see vertical farming taking off?
I think that vertical farming is going to be very topical, more likely in urban regions where space is an issue. I'm sure we've all heard about certain spaces being utilised. In London, you hear of growing underground or using underground areas that are redundant and not used for anything else. So I think that vertical farming plays a really great role and opportunity in areas where you do have land use issues. I think that's probably less of an issue where we actually have land, but we might see our land being used in a different way. Especially when we start thinking about carbon, etc. But certainly the vertical farm space, I think, is more, right now as it stands, more of an urban opportunity.
Thank you, Jenna. Gavin, farming in 2045, what do you think?
Well, what we see at the moment is mainly sort of spring barley, some wheat, but a lot of cattle and sheep sort of grazing ground. And I think as I mentioned in my presentation, I think grass really has a huge role to play in the future of farming, maintaining soil fertility. So I think we'll still see that. Spring barley wise, we might see a little bit less growing for animal feed as we push towards a more grass-fed animal, but still maintaining that demand for malt. Legumes, I would think, would come in a much bigger way. So that's your clovers and stuff like that, and current breeding with red clover is making it more and more persistent and more useful, basically, as a source, and this would reduce our nitrogen inputs and synthetic fertilizers, which I would expect to be subsidized or promoted anyway. But I don't see anything moving too quickly. If the climate continues to get warmer here, and I think we're meant to get sort of more extreme weather and stuff, we might see an increase in winter wheat and things that we're maybe pushing. The growing season maybe isn't quite long enough at the moment to grow. So we might see some more of those sort of plants that are growing in southern regions moving up into the northeast and into the How. Well, that's all, I think.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Just as a matter of interest, do you see climate change perhaps helping farming in areas like the northeast?
The unsettled nature of the weather does make it difficult to manage. I think lots of predictions suggest we're going to have more of these extremes where we have very wet or very dry years. However, most predictions actually have Scotland, certainly from a plant growing point of view, benefiting from climate change, as there's more carbon in the atmosphere, which helps with photosynthesis on the plants growing here, and also warmer climates generally, which will increase the growing season.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. So we're not going to have a harvest every year like this year, unfortunately, by what you say.
No.
Now, sorry, come in. Yeah.
No, I was just agreeing.
Yeah. Okay. Rio, Megan, if I can now put the question to you, did you see any likelihood of farming returning to smaller farms like you're doing and away from the big industrial farms that we've got these days?
I don't. I think that at the moment, most of our vegetables are coming from Spain. They're coming from Holland. They're being grown on a really huge scale, but there are other problems with that as well. Vegetables are very perishable. Like, they taste so much better on the day they're picked. And if we want to have them fresh in Britain, on our doorstep all year round, then we have to wrap them in a huge amount of plastic. There's other big problems with having our veg come from Spain. A lot of labour regulations there are really lax. So in many of these huge polytunnel covered areas, you've got essentially very, very low paid workers from the north of Africa working in really dire conditions, picking our vegetables for us, the tomatoes that we see on the shelves in December. And I think there are huge problems with that. So I don't know enough about livestock farming really to comment in the same way that Gavin and Jenna can about that. But I think certainly with our vegetable production, there are big issues, both kind of logistically and politically in terms of Brexit, with all of our veg coming from Spain, but also ethically. And I think that market gardens have a really important role to play in producing vegetables in Britain. And actually, there is a huge variety of vegetables you can grow in Scotland. I've been growing courgettes, cauliflowers, kale, salad. There's no reason that this stuff has to come from all over the world. I was in the co-op last year, and I was selling mange tout, I think, at £5 a kilo. And it was in the co-op from Peru at the same time as I had a glut at £8 a kilo, which is completely insane. And so I hope that we will be growing more veg in Britain, because I think it would be better quality and tastier and better for us and involving less plastic. So I think that there's basically in 2045, we could easily be growing enough vegetables and a great variety of vegetables to keep everybody satisfied. And I hope that we do have a change from the current supply chains in terms of vegetables.
Thank you, Megan. A very optimistic point there. Thank you. Annie, have we another question?
Yes, we do have another question. And I'm sorry, I think I was unmuted for a moment just to confuse things. So the second question is a really big discussion. And it starts with you, Eddie. The questioner says, Eddie says, we're not like Brazil. However, Scotland was once clothed with a temperate rainforest. Trees were cleared and wetlands were drained and brought under the plough. What does the panel think about large-scale rewilding to reduce farming greenhouse gases, draw carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, increase soil carbon, restore biodiversity, mitigate flooding, and improve water quality? So we've only got 40 minutes, so if you can just rein it in. But this reminds me a lot of what Gavin was talking about earlier. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm glad the question is going to the panel and not back to me. Right, can we go to Gavin first to have a go at that one?
I can give it a go. To start with, I would say if we rewild in the sense that we wouldn't have any food production from there, and then imported all our food are we really making a positive difference to the overall climate? I would also, would we want to put our food security at risk by importing more food because we're growing less? I would also say that reducing greenhouse gases, drawing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, increasing soil carbon, and would mitigating flooding and improving water quality could all be done with the integration of grass systems with cropping systems. You know, because as I mentioned, using grazed grass, we can draw carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, store it in the soil by increasing the soil carbon. And this would increase the water holding capacity of the soil and possibly mitigate some flooding. So it's mainly, my point is that I think large scale rewilding would be dangerous from a food security point of view and possibly wouldn't help by mitigate climate change if we're importing from other countries, and that many of the benefits mentioned about rewilding could be gained just by integrating ruminants into cropping systems a little bit better than we are currently.
Okay, thank you, Gavin, for that response to that one. On the specific point, not very sure it was made in the question, but of the suggestion recently, or the proposal recently for the importation of the likes of wolves, is that something you would be in favour of?
The what, sorry?
Wolves, it was the latest one, I think. Someone wanted to import, a landowner up in the north.
Oh, right. No, I mean, I don't really understand what the benefit in introducing predators are, you know, that haven't been here for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't quite understand why some people seem to push for them, but I don't really know about the sort of the benefits that wolves might have. I can't come up with any.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I move on to you, Megan, for your answer to the question about rewilding?
Yeah, I think that there are issues there in terms of how ethical it is, as Gavin was saying, to then import all of our food. I've got a friend who is involved in a nature reserve near Cambridge, and they've been able to create a natural wetland, a fenland that stretches for about, I think it's like 1,000 acres north of Cambridge. And it's fantastic. They've been able to buy up all this land and rewild it, and it's really benefited the biodiversity. But the reason that land is available is because farmers in East Anglia can sell 100 acres and buy 1,000 acres in Estonia. So they're breaking land in Estonia and farming it much more intensively in a country with fewer regulations so that they can rewild here. And I think that's really dangerous. And I also think that it's there are components of a rewilded landscape, like having more trees, which could be integrated into our current farming landscape. So I don't know if it would work climatically here, but in the US, they're doing big trials with chestnuts because chestnuts produce a good source of protein and could be integrated into, say, sheep production if you've got permanent pasture and you've got various different livestock grazing under them. I'm sure that Gavin would know more about the kind of like how that system would work, but I think that we can be clever in designing edible landscapes, so food-producing landscapes that employ people and have multiple benefits, not just the biodiversity benefit.
Thank you, Megan. Jenna, what's your view on this one?
Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry, I think I'm having internet issues. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jenna. Thank you.
Great. I think I would have to agree with much of what Gavin and Megan have said. I think that COVID has highlighted the importance of food security. And I think, right now in the UK, we are 50 to 60% self-sufficient. If we do move to schemes where we are massively, we're rewilding massive areas of land, there is the challenge of how are we going to feed ourselves, and are we going to be reliant on imports? And like Gavin said, then you're just mitigating everything, all the good you're doing anyway. You're exporting that carbon issue. So I think there's a focus on that balance of making sure that we're bringing back environmental benefits and thinking about the sustainability of our landscape. And hence where the topic of public money for public goods comes in. We will be seeing more focus on our environment, more focus on water quality, more focus on air quality as part of that. And going back to how farmers will be paid in the future, they will be rewarded based on that rather than the amount of land they're farming based on the CAP scheme. So we'll see massive benefits come from these new schemes, I'm sure. But I think at the heart of this, we've got to think about where's our food going to be coming from.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. I don't know if it's changed. We don't seem to be hearing you so well. Is that only me, or is it everyone else?
Yeah, no, I think, Jenna, you're a little bit crunchy, but we can hear you, and you made your point clearly.
I'll just try and see if I can fix my internet in between times.
Okay, we're all suffering the same problem, stuck out with bad rural broadband. Eddie, there's one more question if you wanted me to lead on with that. Just put my camera on. Yeah, it's from someone called Daniel Robertson. I've never heard of him before, but he might be related to another Robertson that's in the panel. And Daniel asks, how do we get the consumers to care more about locally produced food? It's far superior in terms of quality and climate responsibility, but the average consumer doesn't seem to care where their food comes from. So maybe the panel has some thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think we're starting with Megan this time, and I think it's an appropriate one for you, Megan, in view of what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. I think that in terms of veg, my experience has been that there is no shortage of demand for local veg, and actually the issue is more supply. And I think that's because there aren't a lot of opportunities in terms of finding small pockets of land where you can build up a kind of intensive veg production business. And so there's lots of people who really want a weekly veg box who can't have one. Like I've only been operating selling veg boxes for 3 months now, and I've really got a waiting list, and I'm only serving Tarland in a Boyne. Like the demand is really there in terms of local veg, and I think a lot of people have been reading about the various issues in terms of farming practices in other countries, and they are worried, and they do want to buy local food. So I think that I'm not personally experiencing that there is a problem in terms of people worrying about where their food comes from. I think it might be more difficult in terms of other foodstuffs, maybe with meat, and I'm not sure about that, but I'll let the other panelists comment more on that.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Is Jenna there? She's not on the screen.
Can you hear me? I've turned my video off in the hope that might help my internet.
Okay.
That sounds good, Jenna.
Okay, I think that's maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, that sounds all right again. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you heard everything, Jenna, or not, but you want to pick up this question?
I think as I mentioned earlier, COVID has got us all thinking about where our food is coming from and that level of self-sufficiency. And I think during COVID, we did see consumers thinking locally. And the piece that we really need to work on is how we maintain that, how we keep that local link of consumers to local food production, because unfortunately people do have a short memory. We all have a short memory of things happening. So I think we've all got a role to play in that as the agricultural community, and how we keep that level of engagement, how we keep that link to the local community, and make sure that, because there's massive benefits of buying local. We've mentioned earlier, just the carbon benefits, knowing where your food is coming from, knowing the farm, having that traceability of where that produce came from, whether it's from Megan's fresh produce that she's producing, or meat from your local farm. And there's so many local amazing producers. And it's been great to see during COVID that people are returning to butchers and are returning to their local shop, because without that, we will lose our local community again. I feel like as I've grown up, we went through these waves where we shopped locally. Then over the last few years, we went and shopped through supermarkets. And then with COVID, it's really brought us back to being local and really focusing on our community. And I think we've got a bit to do, both from the farming side and also the community side, to make sure that we keep that link going, that we keep that connection going, because consumers have become more connected with the countryside. We are seeing more people coming out, walking out in the countryside, really using the countryside more now than ever. So I think keeping that link from our side, from their side, will benefit massively. And one of the things that we've tried to do on our farm is to try and link that back. We were thinking, actually, during this time, how do you do that? And some of you might have seen our bale art at the side of the road with our bailey. And part of that was that connection, trying to show our connection, trying to link us as farmers to them. And one of the things we've been speaking about going forward is, how can we make that link stronger? So thinking about things like open farm Sundays, getting people on a farm, hopefully a post-COVID world where people can actually see and learn more about where their food is coming from. And it really brings me back to what I was speaking about earlier, and the involvement that I've had with lockdown learning, getting children at a really early age thinking about where their food is coming from, and really getting them engaged, I think is going to be key in that piece of the next generation, and having understanding of food and where it comes from.
Thank you, Jenna, for these very relevant points. If I can turn to Gavin now. You've probably discussed these points with the questioner already, privately, I would suspect. But I just wondered if you felt that part of the problem is the failure of the farming industry to promote itself properly, to promote its products properly, and perhaps to not be prepared to cooperate with each other to get the volume and the continuity which we can get from imported produce. Is that a hot potato, perhaps, Gavin?
Yeah, I think the need to make the benefits of locally produced food known, is key, and that comes from the sort of levy boards, HDB, Quality Meat Scotland, and they have their adverts and their campaigns. However, I find that mostly that's promoted in farming circles, and we find ourselves spending an awful lot of money preaching to the converted, and it's not getting out to where it needs to get out. And that's something that, the supermarkets and bigger companies like that just are so good at advertising all the benefits and hiding anything. We've just never been able to compete. And just a little point was one of the biggest drivers of food choice, well, the biggest driver of food choice still in the UK is price. I don't think there's any two ways about it. I know there's huge demand for local produce, but if we're talking about a broad spectrum change to local food, it needs to be competitively priced. And whether that is tariffs placed on imported food or, non-local produce, or subsidies on local produce, it needs to compete on price if we want wide-scale adoption of it, I think.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Anyone else either of the other two want to come back on anything there? Or we will move on to the next question. Okay, we'll move on. Annie, have you got something else, or?
Yeah, there's another question that's come in, and I'm just always overwhelmed with how well people are informed, and so thank you for your comments so far, panel. And this question comes from the Tarland Climate Crisis Group. So there's quite an active group in Thailand who are looking at how we can become more climate friendly and overcome the climate emergency. And their question is again about food. So this is an important topic. Do we need more food pantries for the distribution of food surpluses and to tackle local food waste? So this is thinking about food and social justice. I think this is probably quite different to what our panel usually think about in their day-to-day. So maybe you can draw on some experiences of your wider networks and your international travels, Jenna. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Harry. And Jenna, yes, please, can we invite you to tackle this one?
Yeah, I think that, food waste, there's almost two ways of thinking about it. I always think about it as a pre and post farm gate. There's our role on farm in the agricultural sector of how we can reduce waste before it even leaves the food, before it even leaves the farm gate. And part of around that is around crop storage, and that's something that we, as one of our capabilities, is actually focused in, and how we can reduce the wastage from crop storage. So looking at how we can reduce sprout suppressant, for example. And with that, we put a large investment into the HDB, the Agricultural and Horticultural Development Board, in order to research that. So topics of potatoes, carrots, for example. And that's one element of helping to reduce the waste. And then the other element is once it leaves the farm gate, and speaking about things like food hubs, for example, I think they're really valuable. I think we all have a role to play in that and how we can reduce wastage. I think bringing it back to the COVID point, we saw a huge amount of people stockpiling, and with that we saw a huge amount of waste during COVID. And having spent many years living across sub-Saharan Africa, it breaks my heart to see that level of waste, because we're at a worse stage than we've ever been with regards to global hunger. So I think it sits as each and every one of our responsibilities to make sure that we reduce our food wastage as much as possible. And if we have food wastage, thinking about how we're utilising that in the best possible way for the wider societal benefit.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Just a small point that comes to mind about supermarkets. I don't know if the problem is with the public or it's the other way around, but I mean, everything is sold these days in supermarkets has to be the same shape and pristine clean and all the rest of it and shining. And whereas the misshaped fruit and so forth, vegetables, are perfectly good. So is there something that could be done or should be done there?
Yeah, I think that the consumers, and we're all guilty of this, of where we've got this expectation of the perfect potato, the perfect fruit, the perfect vegetable. And actually, we almost need to retrain ourselves on that, because just because something's misshapen doesn't mean it hasn't got the same nutritional value as something that's perfect shape. So again, I think that goes back to all of our responsibilities. And we see a lot of that misshapen fruit, vegetables, etc., rather than going into, for human consumption, we see that being reused in other ways, or going into animal feed, for example. But I think that sits to all of us to rethink that piece, because, as I mentioned, there's a huge amount of food wastage out there. And I think it's all of our responsibility to take that on board.
Thank you. Gavin, can I come to this one now? To you?
I think Megan will probably have more to say on this than I do. I can't really comment on sort of the distribution of food surpluses and that in the local community, because I don't have much knowledge on the subject. I would add to your misshapen veg and stuff, it also helps contribute to the sustainability of some ruminant systems, obviously, because they're able to use this food. And I've actually got a cattle finishing business that's based down in Lanarkshire, that's based near a potato processing plant, and this plant produces mashed potato, and obviously as a byproduct of this, they have all the potato peelings and stuff like that, and that's maybe, obviously it's used as animal feed there, but that's another form of waste that we maybe forget about, is that these pre-peeled carrots or potatoes and stuff that's been processed, there's an awful lot of waste there too.
Thank you, Gavin. Mega, you're dealing directly with the public now. What's your view on this?
I think that if we are going to have more local food shortages, if we have COVID pandemics and panic buying and empty supermarket shelves and mass unemployment, there might well be more people who need food banks. And it seems like a really sensible partnership if you've got all this food that's going to waste and you've got people who can't afford their weekly shopping bill, then it would be wrong for that food not to be distributed among them. And if we are going in the direction of more people needing that service, then for a local group to set up a food pantry where people can go without shame and collect food for free, then I think that's really important. However, I do think that whilst there is an imperative not to waste food, that also doesn't necessarily mean that we have to eat it instead of buying food from local shops, local producers. And I think there's a danger that if you do have a shop supplying free food, then that might upset the local economy, and the local grocers and food producers like myself might find it more difficult to persuade people to buy food if they can get it free somewhere else. So I think you have to be quite careful, and I would rather buy fresh, good quality food and support a local business than pick up a free, slightly stale bag of croissants that was otherwise going to be binned, So I think it's a bit of a danger. I do think that really we should be looking at the root causes of this food waste and why there are these kind of hiccups in the supply chain, which mean that whole pallets of mushrooms and bread and chicken can end up being wasted because there's a misprint on the label or they're the end of a line. And I think that we have a huge imperative to iron those things out, because you can't, on the one hand, push for really intensive agriculture and say, well, we can't afford to have hedges. We can't afford to give up areas of land for conservation because we have to produce food. And we need to produce more and more food, whilst at the same time wasting that food. So I think if the more efficient we can make our food system, the more land we'll be able to give up for the biodiversity, which is an important part of that food system. But one small point to finish on, when I was working at Walk Farm, we used to get pheasants in at Christmas time, and the pheasants were worth 2p a bird. And if we didn't go and pick them up from the game larder, they would have just been put in a hole. Okay, and I think that there is a really kind of hidden food waste, which is really grotesque, which goes on in this country. And I'm not against shooting, but if you have a system where these, if you open up the crops of these birds, they're full of grain that could easily have fed cattle, could easily have fed people. And yet the shooting industry feeds these birds, rears them, releases them, shoots them, and then chucks them in a hole. And that's completely unacceptable. And I think it's really sad that that food supply chain isn't better joined up. So we have butcheries around rural areas so that meat, that grouse, pheasant, venison, is all used and is edible. It's not full of shot. It's not blown to bits. It's not broken. Because I think that's a real crime, actually, that side of food waste.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Some good points there. I have a question, unless you want to carry on, Annie.
No, please carry on, Eddie. That would be great to hear from you.
It's just to take the discussion maybe in a slightly different direction just for a minute. I think there's a lot of young people out there desperate to get a start in farming, and it seems to be just about impossible at the present time because none of the landowners are, for political reasons, I think, mostly, are not prepared to offer farms for rent. And of course, the capital cost of starting in farming, even as a tenant farmer, is pretty horrific. So have the panel any thoughts on how it could be made easier for younger farmers to get a start, to get onto the first rung of the farming ladder? And I think, can I put that one to you, Gavin, please?
Yes, Gavin? I think, yes, sorry, I'm here now, I think. It's very difficult for people to get into farming now, and this is possibly could be a future objective with subsidies and stuff like that. I know that in the past we've had quite there's been quite big grants, for startup schemes and small farmer sort of grants to get them to get them sort of off the ground. But I can't think of a way of really making it easier, you know, without just giving somebody a farm. You know, it's going to be very difficult to have the capital to get to a scale where, you know, you have a profitable business. However, that's maybe using old sort of thinking, where you assume that you'll set up a farm that has cattle and sheep and grows crops, as I think Megan has shown, that you can actually, you know, start from very little amount of ground and create something that could sustain you. And maybe that's the future for people that want to enter farming, is, you know, more intensive sort of veg production or something along those lines. And then from that, building your land mass and your size and scale until you can do, you know, whatever you want with it.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Megan, can I put this one to you? The short-term tenancies that were set up a few years ago, the idea was that it would be a stepping stone to allow farmers to make, young farmers to make a start, then to move up to a bigger farm. Do you think you can build a business on the acres you've got that can be really viable long-term, or do you see it as a stepping stone to something bigger?
I think that, so if I'm selling a veg box for £10 a week for a family of two, or two adults, and I'm selling, I can't exactly remember my maths here, but basically say I'm selling 70 a week, and I'm selling them for 6 months of the year, I'm making between 15 and 20k on veg box sales. And my input costs are very low rent, seed compost, seeds, and then I've got to pay back the upfront investment, which was the polytunnel, various tools, the shipping container. But they're really, really low inputs. And actually, because you don't have to share that value with a third party, with a supermarket, you don't have to sell at wholesale price, you can sell at retail price, which can be double. Then actually you can start to make an income which is not insignificant. Like at the moment I'm selling veg and I'm working part-time 2 days a week in another job, and whilst I build the business up. But like it depends how much money you want to make. Personally for me, if I could build the business up to the point where I could have an income of £20,000 a year off of my acre and a half with my low input costs, you know, that's fine. And I don't particularly want to take on more land. That's not an aspiration for me. For me, it's more about finding a work-life balance where I'm not sending emails to customers at 12 o'clock at night. Not that I do that too much. I'm not sort of stressed. I'm able to have a good lifestyle. And I think that the benefit of a small scale business such as mine is that I know I spend most of the day outside. I'm doing something practical with my dad and with my dog, and I think that actually, you know, it's not going to, like, I'm not going to be kind of sitting on a vast pension when I retire, but it's a great lifestyle. It's very meaningful. It's very healthy, and I enjoy it, and it makes me enough to live on. So I think it just depends what your aspiration is. But I think that particularly vegetables, salad production, there's quite a lot of young people now going into broiler production, so producing meat birds intensively, eggs. Like there are ways of, and particularly if you can integrate these and maybe produce, say, vegetables and eggs. I'd like to move into eggs as well. Like there are a myriad of permutations, and maybe if you have a glamping pod on site as well, you know, you can make still more money from that. So I think that like part of the reason I've gone down this route is that I did not see a viable career in agriculture. You know, if I wanted to do something which was practical on the ground, I would just be paid £7 an hour or whatever, like £10 an hour for the rest of my life. And this is a way of having my own business and doing something meaningful. Yeah, so I think that I think that it's a good life, and it's a viable route for people that want to have a non-office based job, basically.
Okay, thank you. So really what you're saying is there's more to life than money if you enjoy what you're doing.
Exactly.
Jenna, what's your take on this one?
Yeah, I think that new entrants, it's tough, and I hope that any new payment scheme continues to support new entrants into agriculture because it is important. But I think we're likely to see different business models. I think for new entrants, it's likely to move away from that traditional family business model and may well be looking at things like JVs, joint ventures instead. So I think that for it to work for new entrants, I think we are going to see changes in business models. I think there's lots of challenges. I think the short-term tenancies, yes, they can get as a stepping stone, but they can also be a massive challenge. And short-term tenancies, 5 years and under, it can be tough. And I think that going back to that whole how we'll potentially be paid in the future, how farmers will be potentially paid in the future, short-term tenancies may well be a massive challenge for them if it's around carbon sequestration, because it doesn't give them long enough to show the benefits. So I think we might see perhaps a change in how we think of that. If we look at like the Duchy of Cornwall and the Duchy of Lancaster, they're already thinking about actually short-term tenancies might not work in that instance. We might have to think more longer term. So I think that's opportunities not just for current farmers, but also for new entrants coming in, because it gives them more stability. It gets them thinking beyond just that 5 year. And like Megan said, that I think for new entrants, it might be thinking differently. It might be looking beyond just primary production. It might be looking at value add. It might be looking at diversification projects, for example. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And there's always the possibilities of contract farming with the prospective young farmer going into partnership with a older farmer who wants to retire and gradually taking over more and more of the business. I mean, that's happening at the moment. I'm not very sure how often it's happening or how successful it is, but I'll just throw that tuppence halfpenny worth in. I won't ask for comment on that. Right, we on to the next question. Annie, have you got something?
Yes, and I'm really interested in this discussion because in my day job I'm a researcher, and actually I do quite a lot of work on new entrants to agriculture. So today's discussion is featuring in some of the work that we're doing in the James Hutton Institute in Aberdeen, and I'm part of a European project that's looking at networking between farmers to share knowledge, and in Scotland specifically to look at how to share knowledge between new entrants to agriculture to overcome all the different challenges and to maximise the opportunities that Megan has mentioned and Jenna and Gavin have mentioned. And on the back of that, I wondered if we could get some free advice from the panel actually for Megan as she goes forward, because we've got two scientists and farm advisors on the panel. So I wanted to ask Jenna what kind of agri-tech or innovative solution she might recommend to a small scale producer like Megan, and also what kind of advice Gavin would suggest to Megan for integrating ruminants into her system. So I'll leave those two there. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to take that one first? And maybe back to Gavin for the first go at this one. Okay, Gavin? Are you still there, Gavin?
I'm a bit worried that we may not have a Gavin, so we might have to go back to Jenna. He's just.
I don't think I've got much room for a cow. I think a cow can be quite disruptive, actually.
Well, I'll certainly take the agri-tech side. So one of the things I would say is, and it goes back to right back one of the very first questions, it's around demand. So I guess one of the first things I would put to Megan actually is really understanding what her challenges and what her priority areas are. And where she sees that maybe she's not getting the maximum out of her system. But I would imagine just from what we've discussed today already, I'd be thinking around the soil health focus and the benefits you're getting to make sure you're getting the maximum out of your soil, because that's the key component in all of this. How you can increase productivity, and that might be from a nutrient delivery perspective, but it might also be from a pest and disease perspective. And Megan being quite small scale, it depends how relevant she feels this might be, but it might be about how best to help monitor that, whether it is having remote sensing, giving her the opportunity, whether she's on or off site, having access to that information and knowing that she has an infestation of something that's just come in, or it's likely to come in the next few days, so that she can prepare whatever treatment, whether it's a synthetic chemistry or biological, she's ready to go with that. And yeah, I think, as I say, to me, it's probably a piece about inputs, the right seeds that she's using. Is it the right variety that she's using for demand, for the climatic conditions? So yeah, I think there's a lot of different angles you could go in this. But ultimately, there's lots of barriers to that as well. You know, for any tech costs money. So there's a piece there when we're working with farmers, it's understanding, are we developing the right tech for them? Is it something that they need? So it goes back to what I was saying earlier, is what does Megan need in her system? But also, what can she afford to pay for this? And we're quite lucky, there is a real focus right now from the government to try and increase the uptake of technologies. So we've got the Sustainable Agricultural Capital Grant right now to help break down those barriers of costs. And if I was starting from scratch and developing something for Megan, I would have Megan on board straight from the very beginning. You know, when I was speaking about my Slugbot project earlier on, one of the best benefits I found in any project is having a farmer or a grower involved right at the very beginning, to make sure that we're always developing something that's specifically for their needs. And it's not just, it's a great thing to have because I'm a scientist.
Okay, thanks, Jenna. Time is moving on. I see it's we've only got 3 or 4 minutes left. Have we time for another question, Annie?
I'm not quite sure, actually. I think we might have to wrap up, because we have Mac in the background who's prompting us that things are going to move on with the technology. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to say thank you to the panel. Can I ask one of you to mute, I think, Jenna? And it's been a really fascinating discussion this afternoon. I always learn a lot, and I've been very grateful to Jenna, to Gavin and Megan for sharing their experience and the really vast knowledge, and just makes you feel proud to live in this area, that people have grown up locally, gone off and, you know, got all of this experience and come back and they're using it locally as well. And I hope it's an inspiration to all the other young folk who live in Thailand. And I'd also like to say a big thanks to you, Eddie. You might want to have some closing words, but it's been great to have your guidance and steering the helm of this discussion this afternoon, and I look forward to keeping in touch. So I'll leave you to close up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Annie. That's been a fascinating discussion, which is seems to have passed very, very quickly. And I would only like to reiterate your thanks to our panel, and from the point of view of me chairing it, for being so kind and cooperative to the chairman. And I'm sure that the audience will have found it fascinating. And I hope I think you're going to write a little report on it, aren't you, Annie? Is that the plan? So that we can get the messages out to a wider audience. Thanks to the audience who are going to watch this, and thanks to the panel, and personally thank you to Annie for giving me the opportunity of taking part in it.
Thank you very much, Eddie. And we'll say goodbye, and enjoy the rest of the festival, everybody who's watching. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff there from this year's farming discussion, and I would like to say a very special thank you to Annie McKee, who is on our festival committee, for organising that, and of course thank you to Jenna, Gavin, Megan and Eddie for taking part. A lot to think about there, and as Kate Redpath has mentioned in the comments, an interesting and important discussion. So thank you to everyone who took part, and thank you to those who put their questions in the comments as well. Now, coming up in a couple of minutes at 3:30, we have got the community garden section, and involved in that is Pauline Cordner, who is a storyteller from Aberdeen. Pauline has been at the festival a few times now, and she always goes down very well, and she's recorded a special wee story just for us. So stick around. In a couple of minutes at 3:30, we will go over to Tarland's community garden. See you soon. Welcome back to Tarland Food and Music Festival's Online Festival 2020. My name is Shona Donaldson and I am the festival coordinator, and we have got an action-packed afternoon for you. We have had so many great events already. Now, if you have missed some of our events, you can catch up after the weekend, we will be uploading everything to our YouTube channel as well. So we are going to get started. We have got quite a full half an hour here from the community garden and Pauline Cordner. We are really lucky to have Pauline record a special wee story for us. She is a fantastic storyteller from Aberdeen, and you might notice in this video that Pauline says she's hoping to come to Tarland Food and Music Festival. Pauline actually recorded this video for us before we decided to go online, so that will explain that wee bit. And the community garden in Tarland have been doing some great things over lockdown, so we're excited to have a short slideshow of all their fruits and veg and flowers that they've been growing. We'll then go into Pauline Cordner, and then Kathy Ader has very kindly sent us a video, and we're going to meet some of the stalwarts of the community garden and pick up some hints and tips about growing in the northeast of Scotland. So I am going to hand over now to the slideshow, and we're going to run all of these together. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the community garden.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, loons and quines and abdi else. My name is Pauline and I'm a storyteller from the northeast of Scotland. Now, the Tarland Food and Music Festival is hoping to go ahead on the 25th, 26th and 27th of September. And if all goes according to plan, I'll be there on the Saturday somewhere in Tarland telling stories. I thought you might like a wee story just now. So, a long time ago, there was a wee wifey and a wee manny bed in a wee cottage somewhere out near Tarland. Now, the old manny was a woodcutter, and ae day he was out in the woods chopping down trees when he heard something. It went like this. Help! Help me! Help me! Anybody! Somebody! I'm stuck! And Sandy put down his axe and he walked closer to the sound, and he saw that here was this little wee man about that tall, with a long grey beard that was stuck in the knot of a tree. "Och, michty," said Sandy, and he bent down, and even though he had great big thumbs and fingers compared to the wee man's beard, slowly but surely he untangled the wee man until the wee man was free. "Oh, goodness," said the wee man, "I thought I was going to be stuck there forever. Thank you so much for helping one of the fairy folk." Sandy stood up and he said, "Don't mention it. For your kindness, sir, I'm going to give you something in return. 3 wishes." "My goodness," said Sandy, "thank you." And he watched as the wee man ran through the long grass and disappeared. Sandy went home, and he went into his cottage where his wife Maisie was scratching her head and looking through the cupboards, which were almost bare. "Maisie," he said, "everything's going to change," and he told her what happened with the wee man. "We have got 3 wishes," he said. "3 wishes," said Maisie. "Oh, Sandy," she said, "this could change our lives. Now we must sit down and we must have a good think about what we can spend the wishes on." Well, what could they wish for? Money? A big house? A nice holiday somewhere? Oh, the list was endless, but as they sat and they thought and they talked, Sandy's stomach started rumbling, and it was so loud that, you could hear it echoing round the valleys nearby. Well, Sandy said, "Oh, I'm awful hungry. Look at them empty cupboards. Oh, I just wish I had a sausage to keep me going," until boink! In front of him was a plate with a great big sausage on it. "Oh," said Sandy. "No," said Sandy. "When I said I wish for a sausage, I didn't mean, You stupid man," said his wife. "You silly man. Going and wasting one of our wishes on a sausage. We could have had millions of sausages, Sandy. Oh, you silly creature. I wish that sausage was stuck to your nose." Boink! The great big sausage was stuck to Sandy's nose. "Oh, no," said Sandy, "you stupid woman. You silly old wife. That's 2 wishes gone, and now I've got a sausage stuck to my nose." Well, they pulled and they pulled and they pulled, but that sausage wasn't coming off, and they got out a knife and they tried to cut it loose, but it was sore. And in the end, Sandy had to go to bed that night with this great big sausage stuck to his nose. Oh, it was no use. He couldn't get to sleep, and what was worse, every time he turned round in his sleep, he'd whack his wife in the face. Oh, she said, "This is no use." And the next morning, well, you know what they had to do, don't you? They had to use the last wish to get the sausage away from Sandy's nose. What a pair of silly sausages. I hope you liked that story, and hopefully I'll see you at the Tarland Food and Music Festival in September. Thank you, bye-bye.
Welcome to the Tarland Community Garden. We're hoping today to do some short video clips to give you an idea of the community garden, what we do here. Now, this is for the Tarland Food and Music Festival that normally happens at the end of September, but sadly, as with everything else at this strange time, we've had to put it online. So our open day is going to be online this year. So let me show you around. We've got a few people here that are very happy to talk about their activities here and what they do here, and we'll also show you a little bit of the garden itself and what goes on here. So here we go. This, by the way, is our beautiful sign that a local lad did for us, handmade, and that's the ethos, come on through, of the garden, is to encourage people to grow their own local produce, preferably organically if they can, and it's also to provide a social focus for local folk who are interested in growing their own fruit and veg, so we can all learn from each other. So there's some beginners here and some people have been doing it for literally donkey's years. So we all try and help each other. And also we try and be an inclusive and accessible garden. So we've got things like wheelchair access and such. So at the garden we have both outside beds and inside beds. And you can see our outside beds. There's 34 of those. And each member has an individual bed that they are responsible for, and they grow their own vegetables on. And around the edge you can see we've got some fruit trees there, some aspalias, which are actual communal. Nice windfall coming on nearest what I can see. And they're sort of looked after by the whole garden community. We also have inside beds inside the polytunnel. So over here, I'll show you that in a minute. And as well, we have a beautiful area of garden perennial flowers, which are communal. Which I have to say, our retired members are absolutely superb at maintaining and looking after for us. Retired as in retired from work, not retired from the garden. And we also have our aromatic area, which has got the herbs and the other nice smelly plants. Going over a little bit now, but you can sort of get the idea of it's a pretty lush and profuse display earlier in the summer. And also on site we have over there our shed, communal shed where you can get a cup of tea, sit out and have a cuppa in the sun. And over here we've got our compost toilet, which is actually twinned with a compost toilet in a remote area of India, I believe. So when we built this, we donated money to allow sort of a similar type of toilet to be built in India, which is quite important for improving sanitation in the remote rural areas in India. Okay, so coming forwards now towards the tunnel. This is our compost system. We've got three bins on the go, so this is our active one that's being filled up at the moment, and this one's our compost that's ready to go on the beds, and the one in the middle is the compost that's just cooking nicely. And then over here we've got some cold frames for members to use if you want to bring plants on in the spring. And this is our fruit cage area. And also we have some beehives there, which the Tarland bee group bring along, and you know, it's a very useful addition to our garden because obviously the bees are providing a brilliant pollination service. So it's a really good mutual relationship between ourselves and the bee group. Okay, so now we're going to have a look in the polytunnel. And yeah, this is the polytunnel, which at this time of year is looking very jungle-like. Starting to go over a bit. A number of things are finished, but as you can see, even though it's early September, there's still quite a lot left here. So if you have a look at this bed immediately in front of you, this is one of our communal beds, and we've got things like Australian tea tree and fennel growing there, and there's a fig behind. And then the rest of the beds are the individual beds. Each member has an individual bed. And there's 29 of them in here. You see we've got a fantastic tomato crop going in quite a few of the beds. And over to the side we have these beds are for wheelchair. They're at wheelchair level, so we've got a couple of wheelchair level beds as well in case wheelchair users want to use them. So this is Andrew's bed. It's got an amazing display of wonderful exotic vegetables, and maybe Andrew, you'd like to show us, talk about what you've grown this year and how you've got on with it.
Well, I should say right away that I haven't grown anything in this bed, although it says Andrew and Isabel. All the work behind it is my wife Isabel, and she just happened to send me down today to water the plants. Isabel has had a very productive season in the raised bed. It's looking quite empty now, but she had 3 tomato plants, and they all bore fruit, these little tubular tomatoes, and gave tremendous trusses. These are just the end of them. She has 5 jalapeno pepper plants, and she had 2 aubergine plants, and we just have one of the aubergines maturing here. I think in all she got about 8 aubergine fruits. Along the back of the bed she has a squash, and I think she has had about 4 squashes off that plant. The one plant that's done very well.
There we go. You don't happen to know what particular
I don't know the variety. Isabel could have told you the variety.
Yes, yes.
And one of the things that's absent from the bed now is she had delicious French beans around the perimeter, and she had a great success for the first year with celery, and it was interplanted with all these plants here. So in all, it was a very productive season, and now at the back end we're just looking at the peppers reddening up to have the crop of them to make some nice red jalapeno jam for the winter time.
That's very inventive, actually. Jalapeno jam. Now that's something I've not heard of.
Yes, it's delicious. It's delicious with meats and things like that.
Yes.
But yeah, I think she's been very lucky this year.
Yes, it's been
but all credit has to go to Isabel.
Right.
I just occasionally get sent down under instruction to do a little watering.
Well, good for you. Good for you. I'm glad you came this afternoon.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Thank you. It's a super facility we have here, and we enjoy having the indoor bed because we have quite a big garden and have raised beds on the outside there to look after.
Yes.
Anyway, all power to the group.
Okay, so we're at Anne's bed just now, and Anne is one of our newest members in the garden.
Hello.
Very kindly agreed to tell us about her bed as well. So do you want to give us a little tour?
Well, I'm very much a beginner. This is my 3rd summer, I think. It's been trial and error for me. Some things have been good, some is a disaster, but this year has been a good year for me. The tomatoes have just taken off. There was loads down here. We've been eating tomatoes for about 3 weeks now. So it's keeping us going and healthy. There's some cucumbers in here.
Oh yes, yes. Wow.
They've been doing well too.
Look at these. Oh,
how many? There's some round that side as well. They're it's done really, really well this year. And then we've had peppers. There's the bell peppers that's in here. I haven't picked them yet because I'd like to see if they change colour to give me a yellow and a red. This year I tried some melons. I got some seeds from a colleague down in the corner, and they started off really well, and this is how they've ended up. So this is one of my disasters this year. The other one is still growing. It's not so bad, but this one just hasn't recovered.
Hasn't done anything.
So I asked the person that gave me the seeds, and something similar has happened to theirs as well. So it made me feel a little bit better.
Geordie, was it?
Yes, it was Geordie.
Well, Geordie's one of the most experienced gardeners.
Yes.
And if it's fail, then
well, I don't feel so bad
you don't
now.
feel so bad.
But Sylvia has melons in her bed, and they look delicious. Actually.
Yeah. So
she's got the magic touch
for the melons.
For the melons. But no, it's been quite good, and the tomato crop's been quite good, and I had sort of run of beans here, but they've all gone now. They came to an end.
It was impressive. I mean, you had things climbing up to the ceiling, didn't you?
Yeah, they were right up at the top.
Sylvia's bed now, and now Sylvia is one of our most long-standing members at the garden and one of our most experienced. And as you'll see, she's got an amazing crop of onions here, and she's going to in a minute tell us about them. She's just feeding her tomato plants and peppers at the moment. But
don't ask me the name because I don't know it. So I can do that.
But you grew the onions outside. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And
always grow outside.
So, when do you bring them in? Why have you brought them in? Actually, just for the benefit of those who perhaps don't do much gardening. Why have you brought them in?
You've got to leave them out. Take them up, and then leave them out until they're dry, and then take them in. Down that way until they're all ripened right. That's how you ripen. That's how you ripen onions.
Okay.
If you try to store them before that, they don't store.
So they would go slimy and wet.
They would just go rotten.
Go rotten. Yes. Yeah. So store them somewhere nice and dry.
Yes.
So how long for? How long would you store them?
Well, I used my last onion in January this year.
Did you? From the previous summer?
Before, yeah. Depends on how. Sometimes they store well, and the next time they don't store well.
Yes.
Last year they stored really, really well. The year before they didn't store well.
Yeah.
So we just had to kind of use them,
So it's a bit hit and miss, which I think is very typical
with everything,
of gardening,
it's hit and
I have to say.
When you're growing things, it's hit and miss.
All of us here, yes.
Always.
Even experienced people like yourselves.
Always hit and miss.
Yeah. But this year, I think you've said just before we switched the camera on, this year you've not actually had any disasters.
Nope.
But, I think you said.
No, we had good
excellent.
cucumbers. We had super cucumbers. Lovely courgette, this little beastie cards, and it still didn't stop them this year.
The whitefly. So that will be on which plants? With the
no,
all of them. Okay.
They've all got whitefly.
Yeah.
Just a blooming pest there.
But otherwise,
especially the Italian tomatoes, they seem to be worst.
Oh really?
Italian tomatoes seem to be worst.
They're quite susceptible. Yes. But I mean, otherwise you've had a pretty successful year.
Yes, there's where melons look.
Oh yes, where's the melon? We need to see that. Now Anne was very impressed with the melons, because Anne had a bit of a disaster with hers this year, but she said yours have done brilliantly.
Aye, well they weren't as big as they were 2 years ago though.
Right.
Oh, they were like that. They're just that size this year, but they'll maybe come away.
Yes, brilliant. And when you eat them, are they, are they kind of really taste? Are they better than shop melons?
Absolutely.
Really?
Perfect,
Sort of like tomatoes, homegrown, always better,
yes,
aren't they?
Yes.
So the melons are the same.
The melons was absolutely beautiful.
That's great. Because actually, what is really interesting that it's the climate up here, for the benefit of those who perhaps aren't local, is quite extreme, and to be able to grow melons up here and successfully, I think is a real achievement, isn't it?
They are a littler this year because they were really big with two big beauties last year before, but last year they weren't a success.
Right. Yeah.
Depended on the weather.
Yeah.
Completely on the weather.
Yeah. So that's So it must have been a good melon year. Well, thank you, Sylvia, very much for
You're very welcome.
Talking us through your lovely bed. And well, good luck with those onions. I think you've got quite a few to get rid of. Side bed, which is actually my bed.
The tatties are looking at Kenya Shaws here.
Well, do you think I should have pulled them up by now? Cut them back.
What sort of
they are?
They are.
I do actually find, but I've got it written down at home. And
the secondaries?
They are a mix of main crop and secondaries. So, should I cut them back or leave them in? What do you think?
Well, you've still got a flower. You've still got a flower in your tatty, so once that wears off, I would cut them down.
Cut them down.
Aye,
okay.
Cut them down.
Because I put a mix of main crop and secondary in, and to be honest, a bit of a mistake because I can't remember.
Have you mixed them up? Aye.
Well, in different rows.
It's easy done.
I should have written it down which rows because I can't remember which is which now. So I had just left them in case. I didn't want to get them.
Right,
brilliant.
Okay,
thank you. And I've got some carrot. I have to say this. My carrots have done brilliantly this year. Normally they are very little to write home about.
Well.
So I actually re-sowed them 3 times because it was too cold in April, and then May we had really warm, drying winds. So I tried again, and this is actually what has come up. So I'm very, very proud of my carrots this year.
first prize at the horticultural
Thank
show in
thank
Tarland.
you. Although sadly
would
we
say.
didn't have it this year, but
I know, it's sad this year,
it was sad. But never mind, we did have a garden competition.
Next year we can do it.
We can do it.
Yeah,
we can
no
do it.
problem
Yep,
at all.
Yep.
No bother.
So, well, thank you very much for advice. And well, Frank is one of our long-time members and does an awful lot here in the garden. A lot of maintenance for us, a lot of the regular jobs, and we couldn't do without him. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Is that sprouting broccoli?
It is.
Oh, it's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a good crop early spring.
Yeah, you should do.
So I put that in early summer, just the plugs.
Yeah, yeah.
So hopefully come next spring that'll be, and that's last year's, which I haven't actually, as you can see, I'm a bit of an untidy gardener. It's finished, I haven't taken out yet, but I left the flowers in actually for the bees for quite a while.
I mean, it's alright for myself, I've got plenty of time, you know what I mean? It's,
Yeah.
People working at
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to find time in the
To-
garden is a bit
Yeah,
of a
to
problem.
nip down. So
so-
yeah, but I think untidy can be good sometimes. It's good for the
Yeah,
wildlife.
exactly.
We're at Frank's bed now, and Frank's got a really fine display of parsnips here, and some, I think, blackcurrants. Is that right?
Yeah, that was some crop this year of
Was
black
it?
currants. Oh my
Is
goodness!
it? Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I was giving them away,
Yeah.
telling everybody to help themselves. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't done well.
Couldn't get
Yeah.
rid of them fast enough.
There's getting bare now, like, but
Yeah.
no, it's
Yeah.
fine.
So
Now, the parsnips are nearly ready, but to be ready, they actually need a touch of frost. And that takes the hardness out of the parsnip. You know?
Oh, does it? Okay.
So a bit built.
So you need to leave them in, really, until...
Well, you've got to leave them in until...
Quite late, then. Just November?
Yeah, well, you can do, well, you can pick them during the winter,
Yeah.
you know?
But you can leave them in over winter and then
Sure.
pull them out when you want.
Yeah, that's
As
right,
long as you
yeah.
can get them out. I mean, for the benefit of those who perhaps don't, again, I've said this before, aren't familiar with the climate up here, we do
Yeah.
get very heavy frosts. We once got a frost of -22 about 10 years ago, I
Aye,
seem to
10
remember.
years, that's right, that's
and the
right.
ground actually goes solid, and you can't get anything out. You sort of need a pickaxe, really, don't you?
Blowtorch.
Yeah, yeah. So you kind of got, you either get your root veg out earlier and risk
Yeah.
it not having that nice, sweetening up, I guess, or you risk leaving it in and not being able to
Well,
get it out.
parsnips, they're really stuck in the ground, and you've got to need a fork, kind of like a grape, just to
Yeah.
shake them about,
Yeah.
pull them up.
Right. Yeah. So it's quite an effort.
Aye.
Quite
Oh,
a-
yes.
I see you've got something very odd-looking over
Yes,
there.
that's
I'll
it.
move down and we'll bring the camera around a bitty to have a look at that. So tell us about that.
Now, that's a kohlrabi. It's a
Right.
cross between a cabbage and a turnip.
Is it?
And
Cabbage and a turnip.
you can, what you got? Cook it, fry it, you can do anything
Yeah.
with it, you know? Boil it, I should say. And you can cut it into chunks and stick it in the oven.
Yeah.
And it's just like, kind of like roast tatties.
Yeah.
kind of.
And what sort of taste does it have?
Well, it's a
Something between
funny
a
thing.
cabbage
It's
and
a
a
cross
turnip.
between it's a cross between a cabbage and a turnip.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's got two of that sort of taste.
Yeah.
You know, it's very popular in Germany.
Is it?
And
Yeah.
they go for it quite a lot
Okay.
there.
Because it sounds exotic, it looks exotic, but when it comes to it, it's actually a cross between a cabbage and a turnip, which
Yeah.
is staple root crops up here in Scotland, isn't it? So, which is rather surprising. So.
But it's very, as I say, it's very popular in Germany.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
go for it in
Right.
big time.
Yeah. Okay. So that's looking, and is that quite a big one? Would you
Well,
think?
the thing is, I've left it in too long.
Okay.
And you should actually harvest it when they're quite small. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
And, it's actually past its best now.
Yeah. Yeah. So you need to get it up. Yeah.
It looks like a mine.
It does a bit, doesn't it? An old mine. Well, that's great, and that's a very productive looking bed. And just generally, Frank, what do you get out of the community garden? I mean, you're here an awful lot.
It's great. I mean, really sociable people up here.
Yeah.
And everybody helps one another.
Yeah.
If you're not sure, if I'm not sure, I can ask somebody.
Yeah.
They'll tell you, you know.
Yeah.
So it's really good.
Yeah, yeah,
you know?
yeah. And you do, and you know, you and Geordie and Sylvia and Sandy, you know, are sort of regular older members, you know, that just spend a lot of time here. Older, I said, I didn't say old, I said older. You know, are really, you know, put a lot of time in, not just in helping with the garden, but also, yes, helping the others, perhaps less experienced members. It's a very sociable atmosphere.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
This year there's been a couple of gardeners haven't been able to come up.
Right.
Because they've got underlying health problems.
Yeah.
Geordie and myself have been looking after their beds, during
yeah,
this period.
yeah.
We didn't.
Yeah, no, that's grand. That's grand. Yeah, no, that's great. And you know, it means that they've got that continuity now next year to come back. And, fingers crossed. You know, they'll start growing again. So great. Well, thank you very much, Frank, for that.
You're
and
very
see, the sun
welcome
has now
indeed.
come back out again just when we've stopped. But
very welcome.
As usual. Okay, thank you very much.
And here we are on the community garden in Tarland. Happy days! Hooray!
Fantastic stuff there from the community garden. And Pauline Cordner, our storyteller from Aberdeen. We are so lucky to have had Pauline record a special wee story from us, considering that she has told stories all over the world, including the famous Glastonbury Festival. My sincere thanks go to her and to everybody involved down at the community garden who put together that fantastic video and slideshow for us, especially Kathy, who was presenting that video, and Joelle, who was filming. Now we are going to go straight into our 4 o'clock event. I hope seeing those things that were growing at the community garden has worked your appetite up a wee bit. If it hasn't, this next workshop certainly will. We are so excited to welcome Natasha Lloyd. Natasha is a forager and has a degree in herbal medicine. She is both a member of the Association of Foragers and the National Institute of Medical Herbalists. She's also the in-house forager up at the Fife Arms in Bramar. Natasha will be joining me afterwards. She's going to show us how to make a jam, a pickle, a chutney and a sauce. And she will be joining me afterwards for a live chat. She's up on her holidays in Lewis at the moment, but she is going to join me afterwards. So if you have any questions at all for Natasha, please pop them in the comments and be sure to let me know where you are watching from. So I'm going to hand over now to Natasha Lloyd for a food workshop.
Hi, my name's Natasha Lloyd and I've been very kindly asked to do a video on some foraging for the Tarland Food and Music Online Festival this year. And I'm very grateful to be asked, and we're here in my kitchen, so it feels very strange talking to just my computer, but hang on, that's just the way the world is at the moment, so we'll just get on with it. And so today I'm going to make a plum and hogweed seed with a bit of ginger and a pear and apple in it chutney for you. I'm going to make a strawberry and meadowsweet jam. I'm going to make a pickled cucumber with water mint, and I'm going to make a apple and yarrow sauce with another hint of ginger. I've got a lot of ginger in the house at the moment, so I'm using it up. So I'm going to do it all from scratch, and I hope that's okay. And as I go along, I'll explain the various properties of the plants that we're using in these condiments. I hope you enjoy it. Okay. So we've got a simple onion to do the chutney. Got my pan here, and just switch the oven on. And we're going to put some oil in. So about a couple of tablespoons of oil, not a huge amount, just enough to carry the onion through. So we have a couple of onions. I'm not overly into precise measurements. I think it's quite nice to kind of just do it as you go along. I've been making chutneys and jams and things for quite some time, so it becomes more natural once you've done it a few times. I'm sure there's plenty of you that have done all this sort of thing before, but it's nice to add the various wild plants into it. So I very simply chop the onion into kind of just rounds and halved it and then cut them up. Just switch the oven on, get that going. 2 onions, 2 medium-sized onions. So I'm just top and tailing and halving it and then chopping it down into about centimetre size. There we go, that's the onion done. Oh, that's where my eyes go. You can hear that cooking quite nicely. So we let that sweat down for a bit and until it's about translucent, and then we'll add the other ingredients. I've got some nice pears here and a nice big apple and some plums. So I'll get on and chop those. I just wanted to show you it completely from scratch. You know, we could have done it Blue style and done it that way, but it's actually quite nice if you see it from all the aspects. Right, I can hear those onions are doing nicely. So I'm just quartering the pears, and then I'm going to remove the middle part with all the seeds and everything in it. Can you see that? It's kind of weird cooking and showing everyone and explaining everything, but that's what we're doing. So that's the pears in. So quartering the pear. And the same with the apple. We are going to do a live session at the end of this, so you can ask any questions. I'm going to peel the apple because I want it to break down quite quickly. Removing any bits that this has got a bit of a bruise on it, so I'm just getting rid of that bit. Just scent. And this has got quite a big bruise, so we'll remove that completely. Doesn't matter too much. It is going to all break down and go into the chutney. The apple adds, and the pear add a bit more substance and a bit extra sweetness. Right, so that's the apple. Just remove the cores. And we'll give it a bit of a stir. You can hear that sticking to the bottom slightly. Okay, I'm going to turn that down a bit. We want it to sweat, not to like boil. So, put it wrapping around it. There we go. Okay, and then the plums, very easy. These are yellow plums. And I'm just going to halve them, take the stone out. I'm going to leave the skin on the plums. It's got a lot of flavour in the skin, I quite like them. So we just need to remove the pips, the stones. And then chop them up a little bit. These look like really good plums actually. There, that will remove. Yeah, they're good. Okay, there's a little bit of a mark on that skin. There we go, remove that. Put the plums in. Tough one. There we go. And then put that in. One more plum to put in. Well, we're starting with the chutney because the chutney takes the longest to cook. This video is roughly 45 minutes to an hour, so that should be enough time. We're not making a huge batch here. If it gets a bigger batch, it takes longer. I'm just keeping it small. This should yield about 1 or 2 kind of jam dry stars. Right, that's the plums in. And then we're going to add some sugar. I'll just wash my hands. Not too sticky. Remove all the stuff into my compost. Right. Oh. Okay, technical issue there, something happened. Right, sugar. So I'm going to put in about 100 grams of sugar. Let me find my scales. The 105 grams. We'll be fine with that. Right, okay, so in that goes. We can always adjust it later on. And then we need to put in the vinegar. I didn't decant the vinegar, so I've only got a big thing of vinegar. I'll just see if I can get the small one. It's not vinegar. We'll have to find the big one. real-time issues while doing live videos. I've lost my jug. Sorry about this. We'll have to use something else. Right, here I have some apple cider vinegar. They don't usually come in a bowl, it usually comes in a bottle. But I'm going to put about 100 ml in. Okay. So that's about 110 ml. Right. Cover back. Okay, so then that will cook down. And we're going to do that quite slowly. Just there we go. That will be lovely. My whole house will smell of vinegar now. I don't mind that. Right, and then a bit of ginger. So you've got a little bit of extra kick. Just a different flavour in there. Okay. That's the ginger peeled and chopped into kind of, I would say, let's see, I think it's easier to show you than actually explain it in terms of the size. So here we have the ginger chopped. You see that? So I've just made it sort of chunks, reasonable sized chunks. There we go, in it goes. Oops, sorry about that. This is bubbling away nicely. And we'll just let that sit and do its thing. And then we'll start the strawberry jam. After I've washed this again. Yeah, we don't want to. Oh! I forgot to put the hogweed seed in. So here we have hogweed seeds. These are from common hogweed, not giant hogweed. And I've just got 5 grams here. Let's just test it. There's the want it to be precise. Got exactly 5 grams in there. There you go. Feel good about that. Now, hogweed seeds. Found at this time of year. You'll see them along the hedgerows. As with all foraging, don't pick anything you don't know what it is. It's really important that you are careful with what you pick. So come out with me or one of the other local foragers and I'll show you where these are. Hogweed seeds have a orange cardamom flavour and actually really quite pleasant. They're very strong, so I've only put in a few just to give the flavour all the way through. They're better cooked. They're okay raw, they're edible raw. In Iran and Nepal they're used as a common spice on a fairly daily basis when they're dried like this. And this will give a really nice flavour to the chutney. So we'll just turn that down and let that cook. And we'll adjust the sugar and the vinegar as we go along. I'm actually going to put a bit of salt in as well because salt's good. So salt to taste, whatever you feel. Okay, so then we're going to, with hogweed seed, it's in the Apiaceae family and you have to be really careful with identification of that. I know that I've used it in a kind of introduction to foraging, but it's really good in a chutney. And I just wanted to show you how to make a chutney and how simple it is. And hogweed seed just made sense at this point. By all means, contact me and we can go out and find them ourselves. Right, so that should Yep, that's vinegary. Okay, that smells good to me. So next we're going to do the strawberries. And all I'm going to do with the strawberries there's a furry one, remove that one. Is I'm just going to take the green parts off and I'm just going to chop them in half and put them in my pan. That's furry. Right, so, and then we're going to add some dried meadowsweet. Meadowsweet's gone over, it's gone into seed right now. We're in the seed roots time of year, and the berries, hence the strawberries, just on the edge of the strawberry season. And this smells lovely. This smells of fresh linen sheets, and someone said the other day it smells of baby wet wipes, which to me isn't that appealing, but it is nice. It's got a lovely sweet vanilla-y smell to it, and that's the flavour you get from it if you don't steep it too long. You need to only steep it for a short period of time. Okay, but we'll do the strawberries and get those in the pan. Now with meadowsweet, it's where aspirin first came from, and it grows extensively here. It likes to be in damp places. It grows along the Dee quite a lot. You see it, it's white fronds earlier in the year. It's only just gone over. It's still fresh in a few places. Up at Braemar, where I work at the Five Farms, we've still got a bit up at along the Dee there. It makes a delicious ice cream. So let me explain how it contains salicylic acid, and aspirin is acetyl salicylic acid. And so it's not the same composition. It is anti-inflammatory when it's in meadowsweet. Meadowsweet as a herbalist I use quite a lot of for digestive issues and for heartburn. It's really good for that sort of thing. And what's interesting is that aspirin is often known to cause an ulcer for some people, not everybody. And for meadowsweet, it heals an ulcer. It's really soothing and healing to the whole digestive tract. And any red patches or inflammation, it helps reduce those. And it's really, really helpful. That's my main use for it. There's other uses for it too, but that's what I mainly use it for. And it has a honeyed vanilla flavour when you don't steep it for too long. If you steep it for too long, it becomes aspirin-like. It becomes like kind of, it becomes really medicinal, and you can really taste the salicylic acid. Now don't take meadowsweet if you're allergic to aspirin. Really important, you will get a reaction to this as well. It's not as prevalent as an aspirin reaction, but it's still a reaction. We don't want that. So let's get these strawberries in. Strawberry jam! I'm so looking forward to this. Right. So I'm literally just halving them, putting them in, and then we'll weigh them, and we'll do roughly half strawberry, half sugar, and about 10-15 grams of meadowsweet. We'll get the jam going and then put the meadowsweet in afterwards. How's our chutney looking? No, it's looking good. There we go. Sorry, the screen code's going blank. I'm not too sure if it's recording when it's doing that or not. Right. Okay. Nearly there with this punnet, and then we'll do the other punnet. I'm sure a lot of you have made jam. If you haven't made jam before, it's very, very simple. You have your fruit and your sugar and you cook it down and you take it to 103, 104 degrees, and then it will set. So again, it takes a while to do it, but it's worth it. Especially at this time of year when we've got all the excess fruit around. That's why I chose plums, because it's plum time. Do you know what? I think I'm only going to do one punnet. My pan's not that big, and you don't need to see me chopping strawberries all the time. Right, okay. So I'm just going to add a bit of water. Oh, there's a, sorry, there's one that needs taking out. I'm going to add a bit of water to get it going. Just a touch. Oh, I forgot to weigh them. No. Okay. Remove the water. Start again. Okay, now weigh my strawberries. Oh, they smell so good. Okay, so we've got 400 grams of strawberries. Touch of water, just so the lids stick to the bottom, and turn that up, get those going. Oh, chutney's broken down very nicely. Take a look at that, that's looking good in there. Yep. Cautious smell, lots of vinegar going on there. Right, and then, so back to the jam, we need to add 400 grams of sugar. Oh, no, we'll do 200 grams of sugar. So 400 grams of strawberries, 200 grams of sugar. I'm not a great fan of putting lots of sugar in. It's going to preserve it and give the sweetness that we need. $200 grams of sugar. Right, there we go. 200 grams of sugar. And that goes. Right, and we just let that cook as well. It's heating up nicely. Excuse me. Oh. Oh, that smells so good. Right, wash my hands again. Oh, actually, let's remove the strawberries. Right, so that's the jam and the chutney on. That's great. One sweet, one savoury thing, and then we can we'll have to stop and then come back when they're fully cooked, and then I'll show you the result. So I'll be back in a bit. Okay, so I'm just going to show you what happens when you do the jam, what temperature you need to take it to. So let's see what this is at. This is a cooking thermometer. It goes up to very high temperatures, confectionery and jams and jellies and things. So it's going up quite rapidly, it's bubbling away quite nicely. Right, we're at 75, 80. You want to take it to 104. Some say 103, but I think 104. Just to be on the safe side. 95. 100. So it always takes the longest to get those last few degrees. 102. We're nearly there. Oh, the chutney's nearly there too. Great. Brilliant. Okay, 103. 104. There we go. Right, so that will now set properly. Just going to let it bubble away at 104, maybe to 105 if we can. I like doing the half strawberries because then you've still got a bit of strawberry when you have your jam. You could blitz it afterwards if you wanted a really smooth jam. I like things chunky. That's the joy of doing things for yourself, that you can have it exactly as you want it. Okay, that's at 105, I'm happy with that. So what we're going to do now is add the meadow sweet in. Show you what we're going to do with that. That way. Okay, so here's the meadow sweet. I'm only going to use the flowers, not the stalks. The stalks contain more of the aspirin bit, the salicylic acid. Okay. I'm just going to put these in near the end. You know it will set now because it's gone to 104, in fact 105, so it will be okay. And oh, I didn't measure a couple of heads of meadow sweet. And you'll do it once and then you'll see how you like it, and then you can always do it again and add more or less next time you make it. There we go. I like quite a lot of meadow sweet. I really like the flavour of meadow sweet. Right. So we put that in at the end so it doesn't cook in too much. We only use the flower heads. That smells gorgeous. Right, okay. There we go. So then we just need to put that into a sterilised jar, label it, and well, let it cool, and then put it into a jar, and then label it. And don't put the lids on until it's fully cooled, otherwise you'll get condensation and that can cause mould. So it's not as simple as going to the shop and buying strawberry jam, but it's way better. Okay, brilliant, that's that one done. It really didn't take long, did it? Okay, so our chutney is going very, very nicely. And we're going to wait till all the bits are broken down. And breaking down nicely, the pear and the apple and the plums. You can see the odd hogweed seed in there, giving some good flavour. There we go. That's very close to finishing as well. Just breaking it down a bit more so it's a bit more even. Great. Okay. Okay, so the strawberry jam is in a dish so you can see it. It's still very warm, so it's going to be a while before it sets, but we'll just let that do its thing. And the chutney is also still warm, but you can see that it's really broken down compared to what it was in the pan. And I've had a taste. Let me just have a quick taste of it. Yeah, that's nice. You need to taste as you go along just to get the proportions of sugar and vinegar right, and a bit of salt. But I'm happy with that for my tastes. It's going to be really good with the cheese. I'll just wash my spoon. Not to contaminate the strawberry jam. Oh, I love strawberry jam. Right, okay. That's lovely. Okay. Yeah, that's just the right amount of sugar for me. You might want to add a bit more to preserve it. If you put less sugar in, then it won't last as long. That won't last long in my household anyway, so it's fine. You can taste the mellowness and the gentleness of the meadowsweet. If you were to put it in earlier and cook it in that fast, rapid boil, then you're going to get more of the salicylic acid out, and so we don't want that. So just put enough in at the end there to give that flavour, and that's really nice actually. It complements the strawberries very well. It goes very well with raspberries as well, because raspberries, especially wild raspberries, have that hint of vanilla. So if there's still some around by you, they're just on going over here, but go out and get the raspberries and enjoy them. So what I've done now is I have put some apples in this small pan here, and I'm going to put a little bit of water. The water for the strawberry jam wasn't as important as the water for this apple and yarrow sauce. So we'll get that going. A little bit more, and I'm going to put in some maple syrup. I love maple syrup. It's a bit more expensive than honey, depending on which honey you're using. If I can get it open. Oh, blimey. I need some hot water on that. Come back to this. Isn't that typical? Just as I switched off the camera, it went. Anyway, there we go. So we put in about 20-25 ml of maple syrup. That will give it a really rich, deep flavour. And then what we're going to add for the wild ingredient for this one is yarrow. Just went out and got some fresh yarrow for you. Yarrow's still in the verges. Now yarrow is one of those white flowers that comes up throughout the summer. It lasts longer than cow parsley and hogweed, and so I don't know if you can see that very well. How you identify it is the leaf. This is the leaf of yarrow, and it's the only leaf in the wild that looks like this. You can get garden varieties of yarrow. This is Achillea millifolum, millifolum for the number of flowers at each fluorescence. So yeah, this is a great plant. This is a bitter, sorry, an aromatic bitter, and it's really lovely. Let me just see the, that's really nice. This goes into the bitters in the hotel, and I use this in a lot of, it's got a lot of medicinal uses. It opens up the capillaries in the hand and feet. This got rid of my chilblains within one winter, taking it in tincture. Tincture is the extract of water and alcohol. For yarrow I would use 45% alcohol to 55% water, leave it in for about 2 weeks and then make a medicine from that. These days I often buy things in because I don't have as much time to make my medicines, which is just part and parcel of getting busier, and that's good. I like being busy. And so yeah, we're going to use the whole aerial parts. The pollen of yarrow was found in the cave of Sandahar in Iraq. And that was dated back, one of the caves and the bodies that were found there was dated back to 12,000 years. The ones that were found with this pollen and other medicinal plants. There was actually another cave found in February this year in Sandahar, and it was dated back to 70,000 years. But in terms of this plant, we know that there was some evidence of it being used, or certainly around humans. Whether it was used for medicinal purposes, we don't know. But certainly also in texts, this goes back thousands of years. It's a great plant. I use it for a tea that is peppermint, elderflower and yarrow, an equal mix, for coughs and colds over the winter time, and I've used it when I've had a cold myself, and it really helps. You can feel the yarrow is a diaphoretic, so it helps you sweat, brings things out of the body, and the peppermint helps soothe your stomach when you have a cold, and the elderflower has antiviral properties, so it's a really useful thing to have over the winter. Plus I really like the aromatic bitter of this. I like the bitter flavour. The bitter principle that you have in a lot of things, a lot of plants particularly, wakes up the vagus nerve. The idea of an aperitif to help digestion. So when you wake up the vagus nerve, it gets the gastrin going in the stomach, and that gets you ready to digest and to eat. So it helps you assimilate your nutrients a lot better. So anyway, so that's yarrow, and we're going to put some of that in here. I'm going to put it in early because I like yarrow, so I'm going to have a lot of flavour in this sauce. There's a lot of other uses that yarrow is used for. It's a very useful medicinal plant. It's just got such a great flavour as well, so I'm putting in the leaves and the whole of the head. When you use something fresh, it's going to be have more of the compounds. It depends actually on the plant whether it's fresh or dry, which is best. Quite often it's fresh is best. So we're just going to let that cook down, break down into a sauce, and have that. What works well here is the sweetness of the apples, the sweetness of the maple syrup, and then the aromatic bitter of the yarrow. So you don't need a lot, so I've only put one head in there for 4 apples, so that won't take long to do. And then in this pan, which I know you can't see, but in this pan we have some vinegar. I've got about 200 ml of vinegar in there, and what I'm going to do is put some sugar and salt in there. Oh, I've got ginger, so this is just, yeah, I'm going to put a bit of ginger in with the apples. Sorry. Let's get that done. So just peel the ginger, and I'm going to make it roughly the same sort of size that we did for the chutney. Maybe a bit smaller because this is going to be a sauce. You don't want too many. I don't want too many chunky bits in it, but you have it as you want it. I'll use about half of that. Finely chop it this time. There we go. Oops. Right, so I finely chopped it this time. I'm sorry my back's to you when I'm doing this, it's just the way my kitchen is and the way I've managed to set it up with the camera. There we go, so that goes in. And so the ginger will give it another dimension in this sauce, and just kind of lift it slightly. Now that's ready to sit. Okay, back to the pickle. So we're going to do a pickled cucumber with water mint. So I've got about 200 ml of vinegar in the pan. I'm going to add about 5 grams of salt, which I'm going to put a bit more in. I like it like that. There we go. Salt. Just a touch of sugar, just to balance it out. So again, about 5 grams. There we go. You do it to your taste. There's no right or wrong. The vinegar is going to preserve it anyway, so it's just a matter of taste at this point. Right, so we just heat that up gently, and then we're going to put in, we've got some dried water mint here. Actually, water mint's quite nice dried, it's not unpleasant at all, so I'm just going to put the top of this sprig in. We don't need a lot, it's a very strong flavour. I'm going to crush it slightly and put that in. There we go. Let's remove all this apple peel. And I'm just preparing this here for chopping with, I like to use a mandolin. Don't know why I did this, to do this on camera, but hey, it's okay, it'll be alright. So I've got a mandolin there. You don't need a mandolin. I just got this in a charity shop years ago and I like using it. It's always a bit scary to use. So give it a quick wipe. There we go. And then I've got cucumber here. I'm just going to chop the end off. We've got a flat surface for it to work on. And then I'm going to put a hole underneath. Check it's the right size. Now I want it a bit thicker than that. Yeah, that's the sort of size I want. I always be very, very careful using this. Again, I don't want it that thick. That's better. Use my hand. That is slightly scary. Always concentrate fully when you're using one of these. They're very, very sharp. Right, there we go. I'll just use the end of this. There. Okay. Right, so that's our cucumber chopped. Looking good. Oh, okay. So now our pickle juice is ready. All you need to do with the pickle juice is to bring it to the boil. Well, not even to the boil, you need to just dissolve the sugar and the salt, so it's not a huge amount of heat that needs to go in there. Our applesauce is starting to break down, it's looking good. And we're just going to let this cool slightly. And I'm not putting things in jars so that you can actually see the end result. And yeah. Okay. Water mint can be found in a lot of watercourses, as you can imagine. The name gives it away. And it's nice for digestion. It helps relax digestion, and it tastes good with cucumber. And yeah. Let me adjust this slightly. Okay, right. I'm just really waiting on the applesauce and for this to cool down. So, so I have the applesauce, and we put it in here so you can see it. I blitzed it slightly. It really didn't take long to do. I would say 10-15 minutes. We have that here. Looking good. You can see the old green fleck through it. That'll go really well with the pork chop. Or a roasted butternut squash if you're vegetarian and vegan. That's lovely. You can just taste the yarrow. You don't want too much of the yarrow. Yeah, that's really good. Okay. And then what I've done is I put some of the cucumber into this glass. The vinegar mix, the pickle mix, has cooled down, and I'm just going to pour it in. And then cover all of the cucumber, as so. And then you let that cool. If this was a jar, you'd put the lid on. Again, you wouldn't put the lid on until it was fully cooled down, so you don't get condensation and possible. Well, you won't get any mould or vinegar anyway. Oh, you can really smell the mint in that. That's great. It takes about 2 weeks for that to be really ready, to be honest. But that tastes good now. The cucumber will keep an element of crispness, and yeah, it's really lovely. And it's a nice present to give and things like that. It's joy to make your own and enjoy them and give them to other people. So that's everything there that we said we would do. The jam, as you can see, is starting to set. It's still warm. It's still actually quite warm, but I can see that's going to set. If I take a spoon and I move that, I don't know if you can see that fully, but there's a skin starting to form on the top. Of course, you can do the cold plate method where you put a plate in the freezer for about 5 minutes and then bring it out and then do the wrinkle test. There's a few ways of knowing that it will set, but I can tell this is going to set, so I'm looking forward to that. And then we have the chutney, which has cooled down, and that's looking like it's kind of all gelled together really nicely. So, yep, that's and I can taste the hint of hogweed seeds in there. Yeah, that's really lovely. That usually takes about 2 to 3 months to be fully matured and sit in the jar and then infuse with each other. So that would just be ideal in a few months' time. You can eat it now, there's no harm in that, but it's nice to let it sit sometimes. I'm not very good at letting things sit. I do actually end up eating them quite quickly. And yeah, so that's everything for you. And now we'll go into some questions, and thank you for watching. Bye.
Sorry about that, folks. We had a slight technical issue there and I had to change my headset at the very last minute. This is the third one we've had today, so fingers crossed for no more technical issues. But thank you so much to Mac, our tech guy backstage, who is doing an amazing job of pressing all the buttons and keeping me calm there when my heart was in my mouth when we had no sound. So I was just saying, what a fantastic video from Natasha Lloyd. Thank you so much to Natasha, and we are so lucky to have her join us live now. Natasha, are you there? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I've taken a bit of a break and I'm doing some book research up here.
Oh wow, you're up in Lewis, aren't you?
Yes, yes.
Fantastic. What's the broadband like up in Lewis? Is it better than Tarland, do you think?
Actually, no, it's worse. I stay in Ballater and my broadband is better in Ballater than it is up here.
Oh wow, okay. Well, we really appreciate you coming on today, especially since you're up on your holidays in the Western Isles. So we've got a few questions for you, if that's all right. We had a great question from Annie McKee, who was wondering how you got involved in foraging and medical herbalism.
Well, it goes back to my mum when I was a kid, and she liked gardening and, you know, doing the chores around the house and the garden, and I didn't like doing the weeding. And she'd say to me, but that plant has a purpose. And we had books on the shelves. We actually had Mrs. Greaves, A Modern Herbal. And she said, go and look in the book. She was very good on education and getting me to do things for myself and my brother. And then I went and looked up the plant. Wow, it does this, it does that. And then years later, with that enthusiastic mind, I wanted to do a degree. And I found one in herbal medicine. And then the transition from medicinal plants to eating plants was completely natural. I love food. And so it was very easy. And two friends just said to me, look, you are a forager. And I took the title on board. And yeah, it's just been, I haven't looked back since. So it started from childhood, really.
Yeah, and have you always done that as a job? Has that been your full-time job since you did your degree?
No, not since I did the degree. It took a little while to really, I mean, I don't work full-time as a medical herbalist. I prefer to keep that part-time so that it's not overwhelming. It's a lot of information and a lot of giving that you have to do. You have to give in the foraging as well, but it's kind of wise to keep your energies back slightly. So I do that part-time, and then foraging has now become full-time in the last 2 years.
Okay, and so where do you do that? Do you teach online? Do you do things in person? I think you are the in-house forager for the Fife Arms up in Braemar, is that right?
Yes, I am, yeah, and I really enjoy that. That's great fun. It's a great team to work with, and people are very enthusiastic. Actually, post-lockdown, people have wanted to go out into nature a lot more and understand and to reconnect to nature on a different level, and that's been great. I'm really enjoying that surge of people wanting to do that. I help with the cocktails at the hotel as well, which is really good fun. I'm in the process of writing an online course that will be launched on the 31st of October for a winter
season. We're doing it seasonally: winter, spring, summer, autumn, and we'll do winter first. And that's the idea of connecting with the seasons and about self-care and about celebration. So I think we kind of need that at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. So where can folk find out a wee bit more about that online course that you're running?
That will be interesting. I'm sure we'll use social media. We've got Gathering Nature through Facebook, and on Instagram it's gathering.nature. And then through my website as well, which is gatheringnature.com.
Brilliant. And you're also in the process of writing a book, you said?
Yes.
What are the plans for that? How are you getting on? Is that why you're up in Lewis at the moment? Is this your research trip for the book?
It's partly why I'm up on Lewis. It's partly to reconnect to the land here and to feel relaxed and to feel that connection again. But I'm also up visiting people on because of the situation. We're visiting on beaches and into the woods and things. So it's actually quite nice. And the weather's been great, so it's been really handy. I used to live here. I was here for 12 years, so it's a nice place to call home at times.
Yeah. So when's the book going to be out?
The book has to be completed by the end of March, and then it will be published in October next year.
Oh, fantastic. So we will look out for that. We've got a question as well from Gina Appleton. She is asking what your favourite plant for foraging is.
Oh, well, that depends on the time of year. I love
Talk us through them all.
Okay. And in springtime, I like it when the dandelions come up. They're one of the first ones to come up. I get very excited when the sap starts because that's the true beginning of the foraging year for me anyway. It depends on where you are when that starts. And so I enjoy getting the sap. And then it's dandelions for me. They help cleanse your liver and all sorts of things. But nettles are really important with so much nutritional aspects to them. And it's easily bioavailable for your body to break down. And they contain 40% protein as well. So they're quite a good food to have. If we ever ended up in an apocalyptic situation, that's the one to go for.
I'll bear that in mind.
Yeah, you never know what next. Yarrow is very important to me. Yarrow does so many different things, and I feel very akin to yarrow. But I also like the berry time, going for the wild raspberries and the blaeberries and the cowberries. There's just so many plants. It's very difficult.
It is very difficult to choose. We were having a quick chat before we came on live, and I was telling Natasha that we've been busy making elderberry syrup. The elderberries are, you were saying up in Braemar, that they're not quite ready there yet, are they?
No, they're still green in Ballater, so there'll be another week after that in Braemar.
That's funny. And if folk are out and about and having a look for elderberries, what kind of things can they make with them?
Oh, you can do loads with elderberries. With elderberries, you should be aware that you shouldn't use the stalk, especially the berries, not so much with the flowers. There's a small amount when they're in flower. But once they get to berry stage, the stalks and the leaves and the bark particularly have a resin that accumulates cyanide. So you should always make sure you don't have any of the stalk in your so I like making an elderberry vinegar to add like a balsamic to a salad dressing. Elderberry wine has always been very popular.
Yep.
Wonderful. Portugal a few years ago actually cut down most of their elderberries because they considered it an adulterant in the wine. And that seemed oxymoronic. It's such a good wine.
Yeah, delicious. So you've got plans for online courses. You are doing in-person courses as well at the moment, aren't you?
Yes.
Yep. So where is that based? Is that up in Braemar that you're based there, or Ballater?
It's mainly in Braemar through the hotel, which if you haven't been to the hotel, it's fantastic. It's amazing. I know that Paul comes quite often, well, used to come and play and things. It's a really beautiful place and a nice atmosphere as well. A lot of the time it's either Braemar or Ballater, but I will also go to someone's garden or their piece of land. I've done that a few times and shown them what they've actually got growing around them to utilise what they have at their doorstep. I think that's very important to keep it quite local.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So listen out, folks, if you are wanting to have Natasha come and do a wee foraging workshop in your garden, get in touch with her through www.gatheringnature.com, and you are on Facebook and Instagram as well, aren't you, Natasha?
Yes.
Now, if folk are interested in starting their foraging journey, have you got any books that you could recommend they buy?
Yes, there's quite a few books in the last few years that have come out. There's been a real resurgence of people wanting information, and that's fantastic. I mean, the idea eventually is to... Oh, hang on, we've got an invasion of dogs.
Hello. That's live. You can hear you, folks.
That's the reality of life.
Yeah.
To begin with, it's always good to go straight out into your... to learn one plant at a time and learn them through the season. We've got wet dogs, by the way, they've been in the lock. So yeah, say like with dandelion, if you learn what a dandelion leaf looks like, it's very difficult to actually, there's not many other plants that look like dandelion, and there's not many plants that look like nettle. But if you learn them through the seasons, so you learn what the leaf looks like, what the flower looks like, and then you'll go to the root later on in the year. So the advice I would think of giving would be to learn 2 or 3 plants through that first year and get to know them very well. And as you get to know them, you'll start to look at leaf shape, and then you'll go out further and further. What's growing next to the nettle? What is that plant? And you'll start to see more and more. Francis Rose, it's a plant, a flower, wildflower key, and that's very, very handy. Yes, it's botany, but once you get your head, it's like learning another language. What's a pinnate leaf and that sort of thing. You'll soon pick it up. It'll give yourself a good year to learn all that sort of thing. It's not a fast process, but once you've started, it gets really exciting and really good fun. Other books that I would recommend would be Miles Irvin's book, which I can't remember the title of. Anything by Roger Phillips, the granddaddy of foraging in the UK. Fantastic. He's written loads of books and they're all brilliant. There's the Forager's Calendar by John Renston, I think it is. John Wright, sorry. Yeah, there's some very good books for foraging. For herbal, I would say Mrs. Greaves, A Modern Herbal. And
that's the one that your mum had on
yeah,
a
so I've got a bit
yeah.
of I still use it today. It's very relevant and very good information, even though it's written in 1931. It's really good. I would be aware...
You're also... Sorry, on you go, Natasha.
I would be wary about learning anything from the internet to begin with, because there's a lot of misinformation and you can go down weird rabbit holes. So, yeah.
Great. You were also telling me that you're in the process of doing a mushroom kind of... can you explain a wee bit more about that? I think a lot of folk are quite scared of mushrooms anyway.
Me too. That's why. I know the basic ones like chanterelles, full chanterelles, seps, hedgehogs, that sort of thing. And so I've been doing that for a while, but everybody's very excited about mushrooms. I think it's that slight danger element some people go for. I've always steered away from them because I did herbal medicine and plants for the thing that I was really passionate about. But I've started to expand my knowledge, and that's quite exciting. So the way the mycelium communicate with the trees and the plants, and they send nutrients to each other, and the chemical signals really got to me this year, really started to get fascinated. There's a new book by Merlin Sheldrake called Entangled Life, which I haven't fully read yet, but it's very interesting. And so I decided, right, okay, let's do this properly. And there's a new course starting actually on the 8th of October, just to throw something else into the winter mix, because I've got nothing else to do. It's a 6-month course, and it's on medicinal mushrooms to become a practitioner. And then there's a new register being set up. So it's another string to the bow for the herbal medicine side. I'm very excited.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting. How? Just one last question for you. How have you found lockdown? Have you been quite happy during it, out foraging and doing your own thing, or have you missed getting out and about and meeting people?
At the beginning, I think like most people, I was very scared. I didn't know quite what everything, there was not enough information to fully understand and where the grounding was. So I stayed in a lot at the beginning, and I was actually quite ill. I think I probably had the virus in March. But then after that, I was like, this is great. This is really nice and quiet. I can read, I can write. And I really embraced that time indoors on my own with my dog and my cat. And then, you know, when you go out and see people, you're keeping your distance. But I actually quite enjoyed it once I'd relaxed.
Yeah, No, that's brilliant. Thank you so much, Natasha, for your really great workshop. And you've mentioned that you're going to send me the recipes as well for your jam, your chutney, your pickle, and your sauce. So make sure that you check out our Facebook page, our Tarland Food and Music Facebook page, and I'll be popping that recipes up later on in the week. So I just want to say thank you so much, Natasha, for joining us live from your holidays. We are delighted that you took the time out of your schedule to come and chat to us. And again, folks, if you want to find out more about Natasha, head to her website at .com. So thanks very much, Natasha. I'll let you away back to your holidays now. Thanks, bye. Brilliant stuff there. Really thought-provoking, actually, getting back into nature there with Natasha Lloyd. We are now going to have an extended tea break until 7 o'clock, and you can join us back here on the live stream feed on our Facebook page at 7 o'clock for our play-along session. This is quite exciting, actually. The Food and Music Festival always has a session from the Aberdeen Arms pub in Tarland. That is actually where I'm basing myself for this whole weekend, but we can't unfortunately have the session this year because of rules and regulations. So Paul Anderson and Alistair McDougall have recorded a very special session for us. They have sat down together, socially distanced of course, and recorded a few tunes. And if you head to our events page on our Facebook page, you can see the tunes that they're going to play at 7 o'clock. So you've got time still for a wee quick practice if you would like. So come back at 7 for that. At 8 o'clock, we are going to hold our Saturday night concert, and we are kicking off the night with a fantastic local guitarist, Steve Garrett, who plays in the folk and jazz genre. And after Steve has played, we are going to go live with him for a chat, and I'll be finding out a wee bit more about what he's been up to over the past months and what any future plans he has. We will then be drawing the raffle. Now, I know this is what you have all been waiting for this weekend. I am sorry if you're sick of me pushing the raffle tickets, but we are really excited. We have got some fantastic prizes. I'm going to show you a few of them right now. We've got this fantastic print from Howard Butterworth of Morven. So Morven is our local hill here in Tarland. We have got, what else have we got here? Oh, we've got a set of 2 coasters, fused glass handmade coasters from Anne Wyatt over in Lumphanan. We've got a bottle of whiskey. We've got the usual chocolates and sweeties and wine. We have a original piece of art from Lindsay Stewart, who is local to Tarland, as well as another piece of art from Denise Hansford, who has kindly donated this picture for the raffle. If you can see just behind me, there's a couple of pictures on the wall up here. They were painted by David Curry, and David has very kindly donated a piece of his original art to the raffle as well. And as well as all of these fantastic prizes, we also have a very special prize. Paul Anderson, who is playing in the concert tonight, has agreed to raffle off a tune. So if you win that prize, you can ask Paul to write a tune in any kind of tempo. So whether it is a march, a strathspey, a jig, a reel, a slow air, a hornpipe, whatever takes your fancy, and you can name it whatever you would like. So that's really exciting. I'm so excited to see who wins that tonight. You can still get your raffle tickets online up until round about 7 o'clock if you head to www.tarland.org.uk/shop, and you can buy your raffle tickets there. They are only £1 a ticket, and if you are local to Tarland, you've got, let's see, about half an hour before I nip over to the paper shop and pick up the sheets. So if you are very quick, you can get your raffles from the paper shop in Tarland. We are also having a GoFundMe page to help cover the costs of this year. So if you do fancy putting something in the pot, that would be much appreciated, however large or small, possibly the price of the ticket that you would have been spending at the Food and Music Festival anyway. So we will see you back here at 7 o'clock to kick off our Saturday night with the play along music session with Paul Anderson and Alistair McDougall, and then at 8 o'clock back for our Saturday evening concert. We'll see you then.